Good evening, East Alabama and West Georgia. Those of you who are listening to us via radio across Central Alabama, we welcome those of you listening to us this evening on WFAZ, God's Country 90.9 FM, and WJHO 89.7, The Classic, and our viewers on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and DrDonWX.com, as well as the Dr. Don weather app. We're back with a severe weather update as we watch a line of thunderstorms move across central Alabama, eventually into East Alabama. We've been watching a couple of thunderstorm complexes move across central Alabama this afternoon, and the National Weather Service has just issued a brand new tornado warning, which is going to cover Jefferson County, especially the southern half or the southern side of Birmingham. So if you're along I-20/459, if you're down there around the Galleria, if you are anywhere around Inverness, down there around the 280 interchange with the 459, Highway 31 at 459, you need to pay attention to this. Actually, you should probably go ahead and go to your safe place. If you are inside of that polygon, you need to be in your safe place. That would include very, very highly populated areas there just south of downtown Birmingham. The possible tornado is going to be right there along I-20/459. Probably going to stay just a little bit north of 459. So we think that the possible tornado may move right along or parallel to 459 just north of that corridor there between the Galleria and up there around the city of downtown Birmingham. Never fails. One of my kids are going to call when I'm live. It happens every single time. So we're watching that for you. We have two things here. We have a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning covering a good chunk there of Jefferson County. And if this storm stays together, it could end up over in Shelby County and then could potentially impact our listeners and viewers across Talladega County. So this is getting close to East Alabama now, so we are going to stay with this at least until we see whether or not we're going to hold that tornado signature as it moves off to the northeast. Now, for the rest of East Alabama, you're okay for now. We do have a tornado watch for Cleburne, Calhoun, Clay, Talladega, St. Clair, Shelby, Chilton, down into Coosa, and that stretches into down there around Autauga County, in central Alabama, back over toward Dallas County, up toward Brent, Centerville area. Those areas all under tornado watches until 9 o'clock this evening. If you are in Elmore, Tallapoosa, Chambers, Lee, Randolph, and all of our West Georgia counties, you are not under a tornado watch. You're not under any types of watches or warnings at this time. We're going to be watching over the course of the next 30 minutes to 1 hour to see if the National Weather Service does indeed extend that watch a little bit further to the east. We have seen a general decrease in intensity over the last 30 minutes or so, but this particular cell has held together pretty good. It did lose its tornado signature earlier, and now it is back. So let me switch to a different view here, and I want to take a look at the velocity product, and we'll take the 5 degree on that. And then we'll go in close. Pretty noisy. We've got a lot of stuff going on right here. But if we have a tornado down in this area, it's most likely going to be somewhere between 459 and Bessemer. Let's look at a couple of different things here. Let's go back to, I don't like that look. Let's go to level 2 and take the base velocity, see what we've got there. Okay, well, maybe that rotation is a little bit closer to 459. So maybe just to the southwest of Hoover, right there along 459 is where we would put the rotation. But I got to tell you, that's not a classic looking signature. Now understand, it is storming like crazy. from Alabaster all the way up to downtown Birmingham along Highway 31 there, and I-65, even back over here toward Chelsea, Highway 280 back up toward the summit. It is just pouring there now. Thunder and lightning, gusty winds. The wind was bad before the storm even moved in. You add the straight line winds in on top of that. This is just pretty nasty weather occurring there on the south side of Birmingham right now. But we have a brand new tornado warning that's been issued by the National Weather Service. And let me see if I can get the text of this. This was at 5:39. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Lakeview, or 8 miles southwest of Bessemer, moving to the northeast at around 60 miles per hour. And again, I got to tell you, this is just so noisy. I can't tell exactly where this rotation would be at the moment. But if you're anywhere between 459 and downtown Birmingham, if you're inside this flashing polygon, I'll back out a little bit so you can kind of see where this is, the areas this is covering. Basically from Leeds back over to downtown Birmingham, down to around Bessemer, and then back down to the Homewood area, and back over toward Chelsea. If you're inside that polygon, you need to be in your safe place right now. Understand, if you're watching this on social media, and if you're listening to us on radio, they're picking the feed up off of social media. So it may take, at some time, some points, we may be up to 30 seconds or so behind real time. So if you're waiting until you see the rotation very close to your house, then you're taking an unnecessary risk. If you're inside that flashing polygon, you need to go ahead and go to your safe place. Don't wait for the storm to get closer to you before you do that. And that's true with all social media. Because of everything the signal has to go through, sometimes it can take 30 seconds to 60 seconds to actually reach you. So what you're hearing and watching may be a little bit delayed. So go ahead. The second that your location goes under a tornado warning, if you're inside that polygon, then you need to go to your safe place until such time you're released from that warning. So once again, that's a tornado warning for Birmingham, primarily the south side of Birmingham down to around the 459 corridor, and even a little bit further south than that, down 31 and I-65 to just north of Alabaster. Tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service. All right, so we're going to take this shot back to the reflectivity, and we will tell you folks who are listening to us on radio that most of East Alabama, or the western side of our East Alabama coverage counties, are under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock this evening, and that includes Cleburne, Calhoun, Talladega, Clay, Tallapoosa, Shelby, St. Clair, down into Chilton County, and then even on down into central Alabama. Tauga County is included in that tornado watch. Counties that are not in the tornado watch at this hour include Elmore, Tallapoosa, Lee, Chambers, Randolph, and all of our counties over in West Georgia. You are not under the tornado watch just yet. We'll see if they move that further to the east. All right, so two areas that we're watching. Of course, this one thunderstorm complex there across southern Jefferson County, or the southern side of Birmingham, that is possibly producing a tornado. And then if you look back to the west and northwest, for those of you watching us on social media, we have a pretty strong line of thunderstorms stretching now from just east of Coleman, back down to just south of Berry, just north of Northport, and that goes all the way back into Mississippi to a point just north of Meridian, kind of north and parallel to I-20. That is the backside of all of this. So once that line passes your area, you'll be released from the tornado watch, and the threat for severe weather will be over for the night. We've already had several counties up in northwest Alabama that have been released from that tornado watch. So we've been advertising that this could continue on to well after midnight. Now I don't think so, because we're coming up on 6 p.m. Central, and I think in a couple of 2 or 3 hours we're going to have, especially West Alabama, another couple of hours. Most of our West Alabama's counties will be clear. And then maybe by 9 or 10 p.m., we'll get that final push through East Alabama and West Georgia as well. So that's the situation we have right now. I'm going to stand by for just about 10 seconds or so and let our radio stations go back to regular programming. Then I'll come back and answer questions for you. Again, we appreciate those of you who have been listening to us on WFAZ, God's Country 90.9 and WJHO 89.7, The Classic. Our live severe weather coverage will continue as conditions warrant on Dr. Don's Weather. Okay, we are back with you. Live coverage continues on Dr. Don's Weather. Pausing just for a few moments to let our radio stations go back to regular programming. And so I want to go back in here and see if I can get a little better fix on exactly where this circulation is in this storm in Jefferson County. Again, this stuff is just really noisy. It is hard to pick out a point there, but I think probably right around Hoover is where the center of circulation would be right now. Let me put this in motion and see if we can pick out a definitive area on this. This storm continues to go through cycles. We kind of saw this the last time we had severe weather, or the storm would ramp up and then it would weaken and then it would come back. And I'm thinking that our circulation is probably going to be right here along 459, maybe a little bit south of Hoover, right there along 459. So if you're down here on Highway 31 or I-65, down around maybe around the Galleria, stay in your safe place until we get this area through. Another 10 minutes, and you're going to be in the clear there around the Galleria. But and again, this doesn't look overly impressive to me, but just to be on the safe side, understand we're very close to the radar site. It's down here at Shelby County Airport. So maybe sometimes it's hard to get a look at that. What we'll do here is let's go to Montgomery. And let's look at this from the Montgomery radar site. KMXX is what I'm looking for. All right. This will take just a second to load, and then let's go back in. Yeah, again, I just don't see a tremendous signature here, but if I had to say, I would put it between Hoover and the Galleria right there along 459. So maybe just a little bit north of 459, but right there along 459, moving on off to the northeast. So if you're in the area of the Galleria, maybe over here around the Summit, between the interchange of I-65 and 459 and 280 and 459, you need to be in your safe place. Give this thing about another 5 minutes, and then it's going to be well over into eastern Jefferson County and away from you. All right, so let's go back to the reflectivity, and I'll go to level 3, and that's back on the velocity. I just wanted to see if I got a different look there, and pretty much looks the same to me. So going back to the reflectivity on level 3, and there we go. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit so you folks over here in East Alabama can kind of get a general idea of what's out there. And we'll put it in motion so you can kind of see the motion that these storms are moving in. This stuff here on South Birmingham is going to continue moving off to the northeast. So the part of that storm that's containing the possible tornado probably will not make it into Talladega County. It'll probably stay right there along the county line and move on off, crossing I-20, maybe around Pell City, to the west of Talladega anyway. To the west of the Supermotor Speedway is where it should cross over 20 and then continue on off to the north. And for you folks in the rest of East Alabama, you can kind of look back to your southwest and see we have a couple of thunderstorms developing down here in Chilton County that we're going to keep an eye on, but that is certainly not severe at the moment. So we're hoping that this particular thunderstorm is in the process of weakening as it moves east of I-65, which is exactly what we anticipated we would see happen this afternoon. So we're hoping the rest of these storms will do the same as it gets over here into East Alabama and West Georgia. Now, I know you guys had some sunshine this afternoon. Things warmed up pretty good. So there is some instability still hanging on there in East Alabama, but we've lost the heating of the day now. So now we don't have to be as concerned about the instability. If this storm system had moved through 2, 3, or 4 o'clock this afternoon, I'd be much more concerned about the amount of instability across East Alabama with these storms. So let me see what the Weather Service is saying. They're continuing the tornado warning. This was back about 5 minutes ago for Jefferson and Shelby until 6:30. This was at 5:54. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Bluff Park or over Hoover, moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. So my interpretation of where this possible tornado is located was correct. This is Hoover right here. You got the Galleria sitting down here on Highway 31, just south of 459. Hoover's just north of 459, and this circulation would have passed between the Galleria and downtown Hoover, right there along 459, and continue on off to the northeast. So right now it should be very close to the 280-459 interchange. So 459 is just a horrible ride right now. You don't need to be out there on the roadway. You don't need to be in an automobile inside of a flashing polygon anytime. If you are held up on I-65, maybe to the south, or I-20 to the west of Birmingham, just stay put and let this storm clear 459 before you try to drive there. Getting reports of multiple 18-wheelers blown over on their side up here on Interstate 22 or Highway 78 up here northwest of Birmingham. That was from the earlier tornado that crossed over 78 up there. Northwest of Birmingham this afternoon. Again, we're receiving reports of multiple 18-wheelers on their side up there because they drove into a tornado-warned thunderstorm. And, we don't know if a tornado blew the trucks over or if it was just straight-line wind. But, again, the idea here, you don't need to drive into a tornado-warned thunderstorm with any kind of vehicle, much less a high-profile vehicle. So we're looking to see if we have anything else here from the National Weather Service. We do have reports of multiple trees and power lines down in North Jefferson County. That was from the earlier storm. That was at around 5 o'clock this afternoon. So we do know that we have trees and power lines down on the north side of Birmingham, and that was from a different tornado earlier this afternoon, and now we have a possible second tornado moving through the southern sections of Birmingham. But understand, this is a very densely populated area of Jefferson County, and I'm almost positive if we had a tornado on the ground causing massive damage, we would be knowing about it almost instantly. And I'm monitoring the National Weather Service chat room, and I just don't see any reports coming in. The only one I see is a report from the Helena area, which is a report that the wind is just howling in Helena, estimated 30 to 40 miles per hour. But now understand, Helena is down there south of Alabaster, so it's well removed from where the possible tornado is at this time. So Again, watching it pretty close. I know that Birmingham Metro is not in our immediate coverage area, but most everybody across East Alabama knows someone who does live over there. And I know for a fact we have family over there right now. Hence the reason why we keep hitting the Galleria pretty hard. So we're watching out for kinfolk and keeping you updated on what's going on there in the Birmingham area as well. Plus, I have kinfolk who live in Birmingham full time as well. So keeping an eye on that storm, and I believe that's going to stay out of our immediate coverage area. I believe it will cross over 78 there, or Highway 20, Interstate 20, just to the east of the 459 I-20 interchange there on the east side of Birmingham, and then continue on up there just north of Anniston, between Anniston and Gadsden, maybe up there on 431. You folks up here in Center Point, maybe eventually up here in Piedmont, Jacksonville. Keep an eye on this. Aniana, Raglan, Ohatchee. Keep an eye on this storm. Borden Springs. Again, I anticipate this storm to continue to weaken as it moves into northeast Alabama, but we're going to have to watch this just to be on the safe side, just in case that it does not. And that will not affect our immediate coverage area here across East Alabama or West Georgia. Now, what we've got to start watching are these storms down in central Alabama, like this one that's blowing up in Chilton County, or actually this is Coosa County. And we're going to go in kind of close on this one. Now, this is an area of thunderstorm activity just south of Weguffka or just to the northwest of Hyssop. That's, again, in Coosa County. And then down here in Chilton County, right there along I-65, right there at the big Peach Park there on I-65, you know where that's at. Neither one of these storms are severe at the moment, but they are developing, so we're going to kind of watch that. And then you look down here in Autauga County, just to the west of Prattville, you see some thunderstorms over there on the western side of Autauga County, and those are developing as well. They'll move off to the north and northeast. I don't think that they will affect the city of Prattville. Zooming out, I don't see anything that's going to affect Prattville in the immediate future, but again, we'll watch down here in southwest Alabama to see if more storms develop and move off to the east into Autauga County. So zooming back out, there's the big picture as we see it right now, that if you're inside that flashing pink area, that is a tornado watch. Those counties are under a watch until 9 o'clock this evening. We're watching to see if the Weather Service is going to extend that watch any further to the east. We're getting reports of power flashes now at 459 and 280. So that, again, is the area we were just talking about. And so these reports coming out of Birmingham are going to be pretty close to real time because of the dense population across this area. So we're just receiving power flashes in this area here, 280 and 459. So that would be, let's see, up there on the hill, the Cheesecake Factory is up there. What's the P.F. Chang's? Yeah, just ate there a couple of months ago up there on the hill. This area, now we're getting reports of some power flashes in this particular area, and that's one of the things you look for to see, to use as a good indication of where you may have some very strong winds going, or possibly even we have a tornado there. The Summit. Thank you, Sandra. I was having one of those brain fades there for just a moment. The Summit. That's what I was looking for. So that's the area where we're getting those power flashes reported right now. So let's look down range. Leeds, Alabama. You want to start paying attention to this storm. I think it's going to cross over I-20 somewhere, maybe around Leeds or just to the east of Leeds, back over toward the western side of Talladega County. So I-20, if you're traveling through Birmingham on I-20, don't go any further east than the 459 interchange. Let this storm pass over I-20 before you travel any further east, and that'll happen within a relatively short period of time. Their weather service is telling us the circulation is still um, is still there. The last scan shows that it has tightened up just a bit. The Weather Service is continuing the tornado warning for Jefferson and Shelby County until 6:30. At 6:07 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Brook Highland or near Mountain Brook, moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. It is crossing over 280 at Inverness right now. That was at 7:08, so that was 1 minute ago. The circulation is crossing over 280 at Inverness, or right there at the summit. It has now crossed 280, so I can tell you, you folks back at the Galleria, right there in the area of I-65 and 459, 31 and 459, I can give you the all clear. So if you are still evacuated or in your safe place there at the Galleria, all clear for you. You can go about your normal activities there, and also report to Dr. Don's weather on what you're seeing in that area. And then the storm continues to move off to the northeast now, has just crossed over 280. Going to be running just a little bit south of 459, I think, right there along the county line. And that would be right along the Jefferson County, Shelby County line as it continues to move off to the northeast. So that's what we're looking at. Again, you folks over here around Leeds, heads up, this storm is knocking on your door. And, yeah, I'd be in my safe place if I was up here in Leeds this evening as this storm moves in your general direction. So I'm going to zoom back out so you can see East Alabama and Central Alabama. Again, we got some pretty heavy rain developing now down here in Coosa County, and that stretches back into southern Clay, Chilton County, and then down into central Autauga County as well. That's what we're going to be watching to move over here into East Alabama as we go through the remainder of the afternoon. So I'm going to look up here at the screen to see if there's anything I need to address. I appreciate all the folks that are watching us this evening. And we got folks watching us all over Alabama and Georgia. We appreciate that. Question about Huntsville. That's way up there, North Alabama. I believe Huntsville is in the clear. You are. The line of thunderstorms is well to your south and moving off to the east. So all clear up there in Huntsville, Alabama this evening. One of our viewers said they had family at UAB. This storm would have been south of UAB, this possible tornado, which is now over in East Birmingham, out there on 459, coming up on I-20 pretty quick. But it stayed well to the south of UAB, UAB being in downtown Birmingham. They're off of, what is that, 8th Avenue. So this possible tornado would have been down there on 459, which is a good ways away from UAB, so they should be fine. So that's what we're looking at this evening. Only one warning in the state of Alabama. Let me zoom out and check myself on that. Yeah, and that's going to be that thunderstorm complex there just south of 459, moving off to the northeast. That's producing that possible tornado. So now we have a TDS, which is a tornado debris signature. So that's a good indication that we have a tornado on the ground. Let me go back in close on this storm. And let me hit the velocity. And so I would put the storm just to the south and southwest of Leeds. And we are getting a TDS signature here, which is a debris signature, which indicates that we do have a tornado on the ground. So this is the computer telling us that it's picking up objects in the air in the upper levels of the atmosphere. It could be construction debris, it could be trees, it could be just about anything. But when we start to see those TDS signatures on the radar, that's a pretty good indication that we have a tornado on the ground. So at 7:14, Birmingham continues the tornado warning for Jefferson and Shelby County until 6:30. At 6:13, a confirmed tornado was located over Vandiver or near Leeds, moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. So that's going to be in this general area. Understand, Doppler radar is a couple of minutes or a couple of seconds behind, so it will we'll put the center of circulation pretty close to Leeds, maybe just south of Leeds, moving off to the northeast. Let me see if I can go back to level 2 and get you some times on here. We're talking Pell City in 14 minutes, Center Point in 22. If it holds together, Lincoln in 23 minutes, Bynum in about 32. That's out there at the Anniston Army Depot. Ohatchee at about 34 minutes, Oxford in about 39 minutes, Anniston in about 40 minutes, as well as Sachs, Weaver in about 43 minutes. And if it holds together, and this is a long way out, but if it holds together, Jacksonville in about 47 minutes. Now, I know we have a lot of folks who have kids in school at Jacksonville, so we're going to keep an eye on this. I'll tell you the good news here is that we don't have an extension of the tornado warning, and this thing is about to be out of it's about to be out of Jefferson and Shelby County. It's right there along the county line, just south of Leeds, is where the center of circulation would be right now. We'll see if they're going to extend that tornado warning upstream. So crossing over I-20 in the next couple of minutes, they're just to the west of Pell City, between Leeds and Pell City, closer to Leeds most likely, is where this storm will cross over I-20. So if you're just west of the lake, up there at Pell City, you want to stop in Pell City and hunker down. You don't need to be in your vehicle. Don't pull off on the side of the interstate. Find a convenience store or somewhere that's safe for you to pull in and get out of your automobile and go inside to shelter until this thing passes through. If you're in Leeds, you should already be in your safe place. And if you're anywhere on I-20 between Pell City and Leeds, you need to get off. Get off on 411 and go north. And you need to do that quickly. If you're on I-20 and you're east of Pell City traveling toward Birmingham, don't go any further to the west than Pell City. You need to stop over here. Actually, I would probably get off at the Pell City exit and turn around and go back toward, maybe back up to the next exit and find a place to shelter. If you're on I-20, you're coming out of Birmingham, I wouldn't go any further east than the 459 I-20 interchange. Certainly don't go any further east than Leeds. Let this storm pass over I-20 before you try to travel that stretch of 20 between Leeds and Pell City. So we understand that we're back on live now on our radio stations, WFAZ God's Country, 90.9 FM, and WJHO, 89.7 The Classic. We welcome our listeners over there on the radio station back with us as we continue our live severe weather coverage. We are following a tornado. This is an observed, confirmed tornado that most likely is on the ground just south of Leeds, about to cross over I-20 between Leeds and Pell City. And we are just warning folks that may be traveling to get off of I-20 between Pell City and Leeds and not to travel that stretch of I-20. We are continuing. I'm just looking at some stuff coming from the Weather Service. They are discussing extending this tornado warning to St. Clair County. So that may be coming in at any moment. They're looking at that right now. They've canceled the tornado watch for Pickens and Walker. They continue the tornado watch for Greene, Hale, Sumter, and Tuscaloosa. And they also continue the tornado watch for Autauga, Bill Blunt, Calhoun, Cherokee, Chilton, Clay, Cleburne, Coosa, Dallas, Etowah, Jefferson, Marengo, Perry, Shelby, St. Clair, and Talladega until 9 p.m. The National Weather Service has now issued a tornado warning for St. Clair County until 7 p.m. At 6:18 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Leeds, moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. So we're being told now that there is a major backup from Leeds to the I-20-459 intersection due to accidents. All right, so we have a lot of accidents on I-20 between Leeds and the 459 interchange on I-20. And I'm going to assume that that's because of the very heavy rainfall and the gusty winds that preceded this storm that's now crossing over I-20. So this goes hand in hand with what I've been preaching now for the last 15 or 20 minutes. You don't need to be on I-20 between Leeds and Pell City. We now have a tornado warning for that stretch of I-20. So if you are west of Leeds, stop where you're at. If you are east of Pell City, stop where you're at. Try to find a way to get off of the interstate, go to a convenience store or a restaurant, somewhere to get out of your automobile and shelter this storm until it passes. You do not want to be traveling between Pell City and Leeds over the next 5 to 10 minutes or so while this tornado passes over I-20. So that's what we're looking at there. Let me get you some more times. I'm going to name the towns that need to be taking cover. And we're going to talk about, it's over Leeds right now. Moody in about 3 minutes. Pell City. Now, Pell City, understand, you're right there on the edge of that polygon. But just to be on the safe side, I think Pell City needs to go to their place of safety as well. So you got 15 minutes to get to your place of safety if you're in Pell City. Riverside, about 22 minutes. That's over there on the lake. Center Point, you got about 25 minutes. Raglan, you're outside of the warning polygon, but you could go under a warning at any moment, and you got about 29 minutes before it gets to Raglan. If the storm holds together, we're talking Ohatchee in 41 minutes, Weaver in 52, and Glencoe in about 54 minutes or so. So that's the situation we have right now. Again, I understand this is not in our immediate coverage area, but we know a lot of people up here in this area, and we know that we have a tornado on the ground. It is threatening life. It is causing damage, so we're going to pay attention to it. That's the only severe storm we have in the state of Alabama at the moment. So for the rest of East Alabama, while we keep an eye on that storm, let me position this where we can see everything. Let me zoom out just a little bit more. We do have some showers and thunder showers developing down there in southwestern Clay. That stretches back to Sylacauga, down into portions of Coosa County there just north of Rockford, and then back into southeastern Chilton County and down into northeastern Autauga County, just north of Prattville. Now, that is continuing to move off to the northeast, and so that's going to continue to develop and move into East Alabama. But those storms are nowhere near severe limits at the moment, so we're not that concerned. As a matter of fact, there's not a tremendous amount of lightning output with these storms down here in East Alabama at the moment. Most of the lightning output is up here with this tornado that's crossing over I-20 just to the west of downtown Pell City. And then we've got some thunder back over here by Tuscaloosa as the back edge of the final line of severe weather continues to move through West Alabama at this hour. So there you go. For those of you who have just joined us on radio, a tornado watch continues for Cleburne, Calhoun, Talladega, Clay, St. Clair, Shelby, and down into Coosa County and Chilton County until 9 p.m. this evening. We will see if the Weather Service extends this watch any further to the east. That decision most likely will be made in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so, I would think. So a flash flood warning has now been issued for Jefferson County. So a tremendous amount of rain with this storm. And so a flash flood warning has now been issued for Jefferson County, meaning that we've got a lot of rain yet to go in Jefferson County. And so if you have to be out driving around, there's a good chance you're going to run into some flash flooding, street-level flash flooding. Hydroplaning is an issue. And ponding of water on the roadways can cause all kind of problems there. So best idea, don't be driving in Jefferson County or in any of this heavy rain out there this evening. Weather Service is telling us that the rotation on this tornado that's crossing I-20 seems to be weakening. And the debris signature that we were getting on the TDS is beginning to weaken as well. So that's good news, though the tornado threat still exists now. And this tornado is crossing I-20 pretty much right now. And it will be crossing very close to Pell City, maybe just a couple of miles to the west of Pell City. But if you're over here in Pell City, if you're in Riverside, if you're over here on the lake, anywhere along I-20, you need to be in your safe place right now. Your tornado would most likely be crossing I-20 right now, about halfway between Leeds and Pell City. Raglan, you're next in line. You are not under a tornado warning, but be paying very close attention to what's happening with this storm. Center Point, they're just to the north of I-20. You need to be paying attention to this as well. Odenville, you're getting a lot of wind, a lot of rain, maybe some thunder and lightning up there. But the tornado part of this storm will probably stay just a little bit south of Odenville. But most definitely, if you're in Pell City, you need to be in your safe place right now, which is on the lowest floor of your home or business, preferably in the center of that floor, a hallway, bathroom, a closet. Make sure that you carry items with you that will help protect you from falling debris, such as cushions off of the couch, pillows, blankets, a mattress off of a baby bed, a futon, football helmets, bicycle helmets. Make sure you have on hard-soled shoes and carry something with you that you can make noise with, such as a whistle. You also want to make sure that you carry your cell phone with you and obviously carry your family into that safe room with you as well. You want to stay away from exterior walls. You want to stay away from windows, any exterior walls that could break and cave in. You want to be in the center of that structure, whether you're at home or whether you're at work. You obviously do not want to be in your automobile. You do not want to be in a mobile home. You should have a plan to evacuate a mobile home well in advance of an event such as this. Understand, tornadoes are relatively small. They're not going to affect everybody inside the polygon, but that polygon is a margin of error. Storms sometimes are tilted, so when we're looking at them on radar, we may not have the placement exact. And sometimes storms can turn, especially when they grow very strong. You can get sometimes what's referred to as a right turn storm, or a storm that starts hooking to the right. So that's why the polygon is as wide as it is. That doesn't mean that everybody inside that polygon is going to get the tornado. It simply means that if you're inside that polygon, the flashing red, you need to be in your safe place, because those are margins of error on either side of the track of this particular storm, which should be crossing over I-20 right now, very close to where this arrow is here on the screen. So that's going to put the storm in Pell City, or very close to Pell City, in about 5 minutes. Riverside in about 10 to 15 minutes. Center Point in about 15 to 18 minutes. Raglan in about 20 minutes or so. And I'm shaving off a minute or two here because the radar just simply takes a couple of minutes to do its 6 volume scans and then give us the data. And then even further downstream, Ohatchee, could have to deal with this in about 34 minutes. So the Weather Service is continuing the tornado warning. It is observed, and this warning is for St. Clair County. At 6:28 p.m., a confirmed tornado was located over Bald Rock or near Moody, moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. So that's going to be your storm in this general area here. Now we will see if the Weather Service is going to extend this warning further downstream. Let's go look at the base velocity. Yeah, I would call that your tornado right there. I would say that's your tornado right there. And it's moving in this general direction, which is going to bring it awfully close to Pell City, which is right there. The signature does look a little ragged, but just with that last volume scan, we got some more greens back in there with the reds. So, again, this could be going through cycles where it produces a tornado, and then the tornado will lift and weaken, and then the storm will produce another tornado. This could be, we know it was on the ground at some point back here just south of Leeds because we had a tornado debris signature on radar. But now maybe it's not quite as predominant as it was a few moments ago, and so maybe the storm is still producing a funnel cloud, but maybe it is not necessarily on the ground. So I would put it crossing I-20 in this area, and that is your tornado's right here. So it's crossing I-20 as we speak, moving in this general direction. Now, Pell City, you're way too close. I mean, you're going to feel this as it comes across I-20. No question about that. And then should cross over 231. Let me take the telestration off right quick. We should cross 231 somewhere between 174 and 144 for those of you who are familiar with that area. So if it continues in this particular direction, extreme northwest Talladega County up here around Center Point, maybe just south of Raglan, could potentially deal with this as it moves off to the northeast, but the majority of Talladega County will stay out of the polygon, I believe. So we're going to go back to the reflectivity. Zooming back out, keeping an eye on East Alabama. So far, no problems here in East Alabama. We do have showers and thunderstorms there in Clay County and down into central and southern Coosa County. Maybe some showers up there in extreme northwest Tallapoosa. Some rain showers across western Randolph. But nothing severe down here at all. We're keeping an eye on this storm near Pell City as it crosses over I-20 and continues off to the north and northeast. If you know anyone who lives in this area, call them and make sure they're aware of what's going on. We folks who watch Dr. Don, we're all one big family. And we're all interested in the weather. We're interested in protecting our families, and so we pay very close attention to what's going on. But not everybody does that. You have to understand, society is very busy nowadays, and everybody's not as in tune with what's going on around them and or with the weather. So you can do your part by calling folks that you know that may live in the path of this storm and just simply say, hey, Bob, did you know that there's a tornado about 20 miles southeast of where you live and it's moving in your general direction? Bob, you need to be watching television, or Dr. Don, or paying attention to what's going on with the weather, Bob. Okay, Bob, thank you. And make sure Bob knows what's going on. Now, if you're calling somebody that lives in the Pell City area, you need to tell them they probably should be watching Birmingham television, because that's their coverage area. And the Birmingham meteorologists know this area much better than I. And they can give folks in that area good information. You know, if we had severe weather ongoing in East Alabama at the moment, then I couldn't be paying nearly as much attention to this storm. So we don't want to take people out of their normal routine or their normal habit. They need to watch Birmingham television for information on that Pell City storm. But call them and make sure they know what's going on. Most folks who are injured or lose their life in severe weather is because they didn't know. They were not weather aware. They didn't know to go and shelter in place during a tornado warning, because they didn't know what was happening. Folks just assume that when a tornado warning is issued, somebody's going to tell them. They're going to hear a siren or something's going to happen to let them know, and that's not always the case. But you can do your part. You can be a hero by calling folks you know that live in that area and tell them, hey, Bob, check out what's going on with the weather. Don't go outside, Bob. Don't try to see this. It's dark. These tornadoes tonight are rain-wrapped. You're not going to see them. I know you want to, Bob, but don't just go to the center of your lowest floor and take your family with you and ride this storm out, and everybody's going to be just fine. You could potentially save somebody's life if you do that this evening. All right, let's see what the Weather Service is squawking about over here. We have a continuation of the tornado warning. This is for St. Clair County until 7 p.m. At 6:35, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Pell City, moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. So we'll go, for those of you watching us on social media, we're going to zoom back in on this storm and show you that the tornado is very near Pell City as we speak. Let me go back to the telestrator, and again, this signature is pretty noisy, but I would put your tornado in this particular area, and it's moving off in this general direction. So I-20, if you are east of Pell City, get off of the interstate and just hang tight another 5 minutes or so, and this storm is going to be north of I-20. You do not want to drive any closer than the 78 interchange with I-20 there just east of Pell City. If you're going west, if you're on I-20 east of Birmingham going east, you don't want to go any further to the east than the 411, Highway 411, the Moody exit. Understand there are a lot of accidents out there on I-20 just east of Birmingham. We're assuming it's because of the weather. Those reports were coming in before this system crossed over I-20, so one would assume it was from all the blinding rain and wind that was out ahead of this storm has caused numerous accidents out there on I-20, so traffic may not be able to move anyway. But if it is clear, you do not want to travel toward Pell City for the next few minutes or so until this storm passes over I-20. If you're up there on I-20 and you're listening to us on God's Country or the Classic, and I know for a fact you can hear both of those stations up there on I-20, especially around the Talladega Supermotor Speedway. If you're listening to our coverage this evening, don't go near Pell City for the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. Let this storm pass across I-20 before you travel any further to the east or west around Pell City, and understand that we are getting reports that there are numerous automobile accidents just east of Birmingham on I-20. Don't know if it's eastbound, westbound, or both. We'll continue to watch the chat room and see if we can get any information about that. Getting reports of some trees down in Leeds. Tree down on a mobile home with people trapped in Leeds. Folks, this is what I'm talking about. I've been preaching this for How long have I been doing this? Close to 35 years. Mobile homes are not designed to withstand these southern pines or these big oak trees or these big pecan trees. Mobile homes cannot handle a tree falling right down the middle of them. They can't take 70-plus mile per hour winds. So this is case in point why you do not need to stay in a mobile home during a severe weather outbreak. I know some of you think, well, I don't have a choice. I don't have anywhere to go. I can't drive. I don't have an automobile. It is what it is. That's not true. Where there's a will, there is a way. You can find someone to help you find somewhere to go during times of severe weather, to go to a safer, more sturdy structure to ride out the storm so that you're not caught trapped in your mobile home like we have going on right now near the city of Leeds. All right, so we've just been notified by the National Weather Service that the National Weather Service in Birmingham has canceled the tornado warning for St. Clair County, and there are no plans to extend the warning downstream at this time. So that's good news. We just lost the tornado warning. Let me take the telestrator off and go back to the velocity product and zoom out. And so the storm right there along I-20 that has been producing a possible tornado all the way through southern Jefferson County, through Shelby County, and then up into St. Clair County, has now gone below severe limits, and the National Weather Service has canceled the tornado warning. But notice this. Look at all of these green outlines back over here by Birmingham. Those are all aerial flood warnings for just about every county around central Alabama, up to the north of Birmingham and to the west of Birmingham. That's because of all this very heavy rainfall that's already moved through, and now the backside of all this is moving through Birmingham. Very windy and very, very wet, rainy out there. Just a horrible night to be out there trying to drive. If you don't, unless you got an emergency going on, you should not be out there driving tonight. And understand, folks, that we haven't talked a whole lot about this. Hang on a second. I got to have a swig of water. You know how I am when I get on my soapbox. I won't even take a breath. We haven't talked a whole lot about this tonight because we've been busy with these tornado warnings. But we have a low-level jet stream that is dipping down into north central and east central and west Alabama and across west central Georgia, that's got 70-plus knot winds up in the upper levels of the atmosphere. So when you get some heavy rain involved, it can push some of that wind to the surface. That's why most of you have been seeing 10, 15, 20 mile per hour and sometimes up to 30 mile per hour wind gust all afternoon. And that's going to get worse as this line of storms moves through tonight. So we're talking about non-convective winds. These are non-thunderstorm generated winds that are there, and then when these storms go severe, they add wind on top of it. So very windy, very rainy, just horrible driving conditions out there tonight, all across central Alabama. And things are going to continue to be bad until we get that final push through the area, probably toward midnight, before we completely get this stuff out of East Alabama and West Georgia. So I'm going to recap right quick now that we've lost that tornado warning, so that we can let our radio stations go back to regular programming. And then I'm also going to take a break. I'm going to leave the live feed up, so those of you watching us on social media can continue to watch the radar while I take about a 5-minute break. Then we'll be back. So for those of you listening to us on radio, we have no warnings currently, except for a couple of flash flood warnings across the state of Alabama. There are no tornado warnings. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a tornado watch that continues until 9 o'clock this evening for our coverage area: Cleburne, Calhoun, St. Clair, Shelby, Talladega, Clay, Tallapoosa, Chilton County, and that stretches down into central Alabama and does get Autauga County. Yeah, and so that's what we're looking at right now. We're watching to see if the Weather Service is going to extend that watch any further to the east. My feeling is they will not, because the air is more stabilized in East Alabama. Just as that tornado we just finished tracking, as it got over to the east of 65, it started going into an atmosphere that's not quite as conducive for severe weather, so it weakened, and we saw the tornado signature go away on radar, and we really think that's going to be the MO for the rest of the afternoon. Can we tell you for certain that there won't be a rogue severe thunderstorm in East Alabama tonight? Absolutely, we cannot say that. There is that possibility, but I don't think we look at widespread concentrated severe weather across East Alabama for the remainder of the evening. But just to be on the safe side, we always take the course of least regret. We are going to watch this for you throughout the remainder of the evening. And so we will bid farewell to our radio listeners. And, of course, if conditions change and they warrant, then your board operator will bring you right back to me, and we'll continue with our coverage on radio as well. If you're listening to us anywhere up there on I-20, folks, really, seriously, go find a good restaurant somewhere and go sit inside and let this thing pass. Driving conditions on I-20 from Birmingham all the way to Atlanta is just going to be horrid over the next hour or two. No tornadoes right now, but tons of heavy rainfall falling across the I-20 corridor over the course of the next hour to 2 hours. So we pause for about 10 seconds, and we thank you for those of you who have been listening to us on WFAZ, God's Country, 90.9 FM, and WJHO, 89.7, The Classic on Dr. Don's Weather. All right, folks, those of you on social media who are still with us, we appreciate you staying with us here on Dr. Don's Weather. Those of you watching us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and DrDonWX.com. Also, don't forget that we're doing a new thing over on Instagram. It's called your Fast Forecast, where we give you your weather forecast in 60 seconds or less. Post that every morning. We're also now we have brought back your Lake Wedowee forecast, brought to you by Finch Realty. We appreciate Mr. Darren and the fine folks up there on Lake Wedowee for bringing back the Lake Wedowee forecast. We post that every morning on all of our social media outlets as well. So what you're looking at now is a line of heavy thunderstorms moving across central Alabama. We've lost all of our tornado warnings. We do remain under a tornado watch for portions of East Alabama through 9 p.m., and we are seeing a few thunderstorms developing across East Alabama, but none of them are severe, though it's raining pretty hard out there in some locations, and we've got some pretty gusty winds going on. We just don't have anything severe happening at the moment. So what we're going to do, I'm going to leave the radar up. We're going to put it in motion for you. So you can kind of watch this as it moves through. Let me give you the last 1 hour. This is the loop from the last hour. So you can kind of get an idea of the direction that it's moving in. And I'm going to step aside for about 5 minutes or so and gather more weather information. Got to take a little pit stop too, and I'll be back in just a few moments, and we'll continue our live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather. Don't go away. watching live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and drdonwx.com. Our wall-to-wall coverage will continue in a moment. While we're taking a short break, please consider supporting Dr. Don's Weather by going to drdonwx.com and click on the donate button. The link will also be placed in the chat room of this live stream. Please share Dr. Don's Weather with your friends on social media and ask them to share with their friends. Dr. Don's severe weather coverage is powered by Southern Union State Community College. In the Alpha Weather Center, Jamie Dukas, your local Alpha agent. Our partners include Finch Realty, Auction 431 South, Made in the South, Bama Diesel Repair, Anchor Roofing, Jimmy Stevens Construction, Genesis Weight Clinic, Town of Wadley, WFAZ, God's Country 90.9 FM, and WJHO, The Classic 89.7. If you have questions, comments, or concerns, please post them in the chat room, and I'll return momentarily. Watching live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and drdonwx.com. Our wall-to-wall coverage will continue in a moment. While we're taking a short break, please consider supporting Dr. Don's Weather by going to drdonwx.com and click on the donate button. The link will also be placed in the chat room of this live stream. Please share Dr. Don's Weather with your friends on social media and ask them to share with their friends. Dr. Don's severe weather coverage is powered by Southern Union State Community College. In the Alpha Weather Center, Jamie Dukas, your local Alpha agent. Our partners include Finch Realty, Auction 431 South, Made in the South, Bama Diesel Repair, Anchor Roofing, Jimmy Stevens Construction, Genesis Weight Clinic, Town of Wadley, WFAZ, God's Country 90.9 FM, and WJHO, The Classic 89.7. If you have questions, comments, or concerns, please post them in the chat room, and I'll return momentarily. You're watching live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and drdonwx.com. Our wall-to-wall coverage will continue in a moment. While we're taking a short break, please consider supporting Dr. Don's Weather by going to drdonwx.com and click on the donate button. The link will also be placed in the chat room of this live stream. Please share Dr. Don's Weather with your friends on social media and ask them to share with their friends. Dr. Don's severe weather coverage is powered by Southern Union State Community College. In the Alpha Weather Center, Jamie Dukas, your local Alpha agent. Our partners include Finch Realty, Auction 431 South, Made in the South, Bama Diesel Repair, Anchor Roofing, Jimmy Stevens Construction, Genesis Weight Clinic, Town of Wadley, WFAZ, God's Country 90.9 FM, and WJHO, The Classic 89.7. If you have questions, comments, or concerns, please post them in the chat room, and I'll return momentarily. You're watching live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and drdonwx.com. Our wall-to-wall coverage will continue in a moment. While we're taking a short break, please consider supporting Dr. Don's Weather by going to drdonwx.com and click on the donate button. The link will also be placed in the chat room of this live stream. Please share Dr. Don's Weather with your friends on social media and ask them to share with their friends. Dr. Don's severe weather coverage is powered by Southern Union State Community College. In the Alpha Weather Center, Jamie Dukas, your local Alpha agent. Our partners include Finch Realty, Auction 431 South, Made in the South, Bama Diesel Repair, Anchor Roofing, Jimmy Stevens Construction, Genesis Weight Clinic, Town of Wadley, WFAZ, God's Country 90.9 FM, and WJHO, The Classic 89.7. If you have questions, comments, or concerns, please post them in the chat room, and I'll return momentarily. You're watching live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and DrDonWX.com. Our wall-to-wall coverage will continue in a moment. While we're taking a short break, please consider supporting Dr. Don's Weather by going to DrDonWX.com and click on the donate button. The link will also be placed in the chat room of this live stream. Please share Dr. Don's Weather with your friends on social media and ask them to share with their friends. Dr. Don's severe weather coverage is powered by Southern Union State Community College. In the Alpha Weather Center, Jamie Dukas, your local Alpha agent. Our partners include Finch Realty, Auction 431 South, Made in the South, Bama Diesel Repair, Anchor Roofing, Jimmy Stevens Construction, Genesis Weight Clinic, Town of Wadley, WFAZ, God's Country 90.9 FM, and WJHO, The Classic 89.7. If you have questions, comments, or concerns, please post them in the chat room, and I'll return momentarily. All right, good evening, East Alabama and West Georgia. Dr. Don back with you. Told you that break wouldn't be too long as we continue with our coverage of the possibility of severe weather across East Alabama and West Georgia. Noticing lots of comments about the wind across East Alabama and West Georgia this evening. First, let me set things up. We're coming up on 7 p.m. It is 6:56 p.m. on February the 17th, 2022. Live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather. We appreciate all of you folks who are watching us this evening on all of our social media platforms, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and DrDonWX.com. And so from time to time, our radio partners will join us as well, and we'll let you know when they're online with us. But a lot of comments about the wind, how bad the wind is out there tonight. And that is not being caused by the thunderstorms themselves, though the thunderstorms will add to the wind as they move through your area. We have a low-level jet that's dipping down out of the north right across East Alabama to West Georgia. And so that's what's causing the wind to be so bad, and especially when the rain gets into your area, it pushes some of that wind down to the surface. And then on top of that, we are caught between low pressure and high pressure, so we have a pressure gradient going on as well. So very, very intense winds across East Alabama and West Georgia for the remainder of the night, and that by itself could cause some trees to come down. And of course, we know what happens when we have trees falling. We have power outages as well. So very windy, rainy, just a nasty night across East Alabama and West Georgia. We do have several counties remaining under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock this evening. That includes Cleburne, Calhoun, St. Clair, Shelby, Talladega, Clay, Coosa, Chilton, and down into Autauga County. The remainder of East Alabama and West Georgia, Randolph, Chambers, Tallapoosa, Elmore, Lee, and then our West Georgia counties are not under a tornado watch at the moment. We're going to kind of watch this thing evolve over the next hour or so and see if the Weather Service does extend that tornado watch further off to the east. I personally do not think they're going to do that because these storms should be in a weakening state now as they move into East Alabama. We have lost the heating of the day, so these storms should start to weaken for that reason, and because the parent low pressure system that's causing this cold front to swing through Alabama is moving well to the north and northeast of the southeastern United States up through the Ohio Valley. The further away that low pressure system gets from the cold front and the fact that we've lost the heating of the day should cause these storms to continue to weaken as they move east this evening and during the overnight hours. Questions about southwest Alabama, down there around Monroeville, Mobile area. Not seeing a whole lot down there right now. Let's switch to the Mobile radar right quick and see what that is showing. We have a couple of smaller storms down there, but they don't look to be severe. Let me bring it current. There we go. And so, yeah, not much happening down there in southwest Alabama at the moment. There we go. There's the current loop. Maybe a couple of storms trying to get going there around Monroeville, just to the northeast of Monroeville, west of I-65. Also up there. Why are we flashing here? All right, let's hold it right there. Just north of Atmore, we've got a few small showers. And then we look back over into west Alabama, west of Thomasville, northwest of Chatham, over there in Washington County. Back over toward Waynesboro, Mississippi, and McLean, Mississippi, and then even further to the west near Hattiesburg, we see some heavier storms that will come through southwest Alabama later on this evening, but we're talking probably midnight or after. I'm sorry that the screen's jumping all over the place. That's what happens when your mouse takes on a mind of its own. But, yeah, you will have some storms down there in southwest Alabama, but you're still a couple of hours away from seeing any of that. And at the moment, there are no warnings over in Mississippi, so maybe that's a good sign for southwest Alabama later this evening. So, back to Birmingham. Switch back to the Shelby County Airport, and that'll take just a few moments to load. Yeah, reports of winds pretty heavy down there in southwest Alabama as well. That's going to be the story all across Alabama this evening. And again, these winds really are not associated with these thunderstorms. If there were no rain or thunderstorms out there at all tonight, with this particular weather setup that we have, the winds would still be there. That's because of the low-level jet that's dipped down well down into the southeastern United States, and the fact that we're caught between that low pressure and that high pressure in that gradient. That's what's causing these winds to be so ferocious tonight, and that's going to continue at least until midnight. Honestly, I think they're probably going to extend the wind advisory probably through 6 a.m. tomorrow morning for most of Alabama, if I had to guess. And everywhere you see these little circles, the green circles and the yellow circles, those are mesoscales. Those are indications of rotating thunderstorms, or because of the particular setup that we have with the high winds out there that are not associated with thunderstorms, that could be causing us to get mesoscale indications on radar as well. And I would highly suspect in places where we see those circles taking place, we don't have a thunderstorm right there, it's probably because of the high wind that we have aloft. It's taking the moisture particles in the upper levels of the atmosphere and it's just swirling them. And so that's what's giving us those mesoscale indications. Now up here, maybe northeast of Gadsden, where we know we have a line of thunderstorms, that may actually be a rotating thunderstorm up there. And that's not anything to be alarmed about, because all thunderstorms rotate or they wouldn't be a thunderstorm. The structure of a thunderstorm rotates whether it's producing a tornado or not. So that's why we're hanging on to the tornado watch and really kind of watching this stuff pretty close tonight, because we have veering of the upper level winds because of that low level jet, and then we have this cold front coming through. So it could send some of these storms into rotation pretty quick, and it wouldn't take a whole lot to get a small spin up tornado or two from this as well. So that's why the Weather Service is erring on the side of caution and hanging on to this tornado watch, even though we have no severe storms out there producing tornadoes at the moment. Remember, a tornado watch simply means that conditions are conducive for the formation of severe thunderstorms that could possibly produce tornadoes. It just means the conditions are right for it. Doesn't mean that we're having anything. Tornado warning means that a thunderstorm is being detected by radar that could possibly produce a tornado, or we have an actual observed tornado like we've already had a couple of times this evening. So again, thanks to all you folks that are watching us. Thank you, Jamie W. Dukas, for his kind words up there. Jamie is back with us in the Alpha Weather Center. We appreciate everything Jamie does to keep us going here at Dr. Don's Weather. So we hope that Jamie hangs with us for quite some time. Understand that, folks, to get you can win the Dr. Don Weather app. It's real simple. All you have to do is call Jamie and get a free insurance quote, or click on the link at the top of all of our primetime weather videos that are posted every day, and you can do it online without even talking to anybody. It doesn't cost you a dime. He may very well be able to save you a lot of money, and then you'll qualify to win the Dr. Don Weather app and a car freshener. And understand we've got some other goodies we're going to be giving away, including some rodeo tickets coming up. And I'll tell you more about that hopefully tomorrow during the primetime forecast. So call Jamie or go online and get that insurance quote from Alpha. See if they can save you money. No obligation. Just takes a couple of minutes of your time. And your name goes in the hat for these drawings. And here's the cool part. Your name never comes out. So eventually you're going to win if you hang in there long enough. So be sure you do that today. Also, thanks to all the folks that support us here on Dr. Don's Weather. If you own a business and would like to be a partner with us here at Dr. Don's Weather, just send me a message on Messenger, and I'll tell you how we can probably have you started before we do our next primetime forecast tomorrow morning. It's quick, it's fast, it's easy, and we can get you going, and you'll be supporting a very good cause as well. Watching showers and thunderstorms moving across central Alabama into east Alabama. Heavy rain now in Randolph County from just north of Wedowee up there on Lake Wedowee, stretching all the way back down to just west of Roanoke, back over toward Wadley. Moderate rain. There are some individual pockets of heavy rain as well. You see the reds there on the screen. For those of you that don't know what these colors mean, the green is light rain, the yellow is moderate, and red typically indicates very heavy rainfall. And so you see a little bit of all of that now in Randolph County. Not severe. None of these storms are severe at the moment. Then we look over here in Clay. We've got some heavy rain up there around Lineville. That stretches out 48 all the way through Lake Wedowee back over to Wedowee. And then we have moderate to heavy rainfall just southeast of Ashland down to around Gibsonville, down to the mountain community, south of Millerville, right there along the Clay County, Tallapoosa County line. Some heavy rain right there around Horseshoe Bend, stretching back down to Daviston. Just southwest of Wadley, stretching back down to Daviston, then back over toward New Site. Some rain up there around Hackneyville, back over toward Goodwater, just south of Brownsville. And that stretches all the way on down into Tallapoosa and Coosa County. Alexander City, you just have light rain right now. One small, heavier shower just to the southwest of Dadeville. And then over in Coosa County from Kelly Crossroads all the way back up to Hanover. And then to the west, all the way back into Chilton County. Very heavy rainfall now around Jemison. And that stretches up to Calera. Just copious amounts of rain right there. So flash flooding could be a problem. And then you notice what's back up to the northwest. After we get this heavy rain out of Chilton County, look at that line of stuff coming through West Blockton over in Bibb County. All of that's going to move off to the east, and that is just torrents of rain right there along this line of thunderstorms. And when you see those dark purples right there, let's just see what the DBZ output is on some of that stuff. Look at that, would you? Almost 60 DBZs. Now, folks, that's like standing under a fire hose. That is just almost total saturation in the column. So it's almost like a continuous sheet of water falling out of the sky in those areas along this line. So you see those green outline counties. Those are all aerial flood warnings. And that's because of this line of storms that's just moved through back over here in West Alabama. I would expect that to continue to move east. So this may end up being more of a flash flooding issue and high wind issue as we go throughout the remainder of the evening, which is a recipe for just a horrible night to be out there driving on the roadway. So unless you absolutely have to be out there, I would highly advise that you not drive tonight. But look back over there in Mississippi. Let me zoom back in a little bit closer so you can see the state line. Look back in northwest Alabama from Ewan up there on Highway 78 or Highway 22, Interstate 22. It's all clear back over here. Then we get back over around Columbus, Mississippi, from Tupelo to Oxford, back down to Columbus, and then down to Jackson. It's all over. The rain has come to an end over there. And so we'll see the backside of that move through East Alabama and West Georgia as we continue through the remainder of the overnight hours into the early morning hours. Tomorrow we have a fantastic weekend on the way. It's going to be cooler. We're going to go back to sunny skies tomorrow, about 20 degrees cooler than what we saw today. And then over the weekend, we've got sunny skies coming, and we'll have a slow warming trend. The bad news and the fly in the ointment here is even though we'll be sunny Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, another storm system comes in on Sunday night, and it looks like right now we're going to be wet for most of next week as we have a big shift in the weather pattern for most of next week. Though at the moment, I don't see much of an opportunity for severe weather next week. I think we will see a pretty good opportunity for a lot of rain next week. So we may have a few days of flooding issues coming next week as well. James is asking a question if there are any tornadoes currently throughout the whole storm. The answer is no. We currently have no warnings of any kind, severe warnings in the state of Alabama. We do have some aerial flood warnings and advisories back around the Birmingham, back down to Tuscaloosa area. But no tornado warnings, no severe thunderstorm warnings. We have no severe weather ongoing in the state of Alabama at this hour. Now, if you're under that line of storms, you're probably shaking your head and saying, yeah, this is pretty rough. And it is. I mean, it's just horrible rain, very gusty winds, occasional thunder and lightning. But these storms are below severe limits right now. You got to have wind gust, and these storms just don't meet the criteria for severe weather at the moment. We're going to watch this for the next, hour or so and see how they behave. If we lose the tornado watch and we don't get any severe thunderstorm warnings for a period of time, then we'll call it safe to go to bed and everybody just enjoy a rainy night and get some good sleep. But we're going to watch for a little while longer, at least until the tornado watch is either extended or canceled or expires, one of the two. And that would be around 9 p.m. when we'll know about that. So that's kind of the situation we have. Question about living in an apartment building. The question is, I live in an apartment downstairs. Would it be safer if I go in the hallway if I had to? I'm not sure exactly what you mean by hallway. Are you talking about the hallway in your apartment? Or is there a hallway outside of your apartment that is closed in? If it's like a breezeway, obviously you don't want to do that. But if you've got an interior hallway in your apartment complex that's not exposed to an exterior wall, then yeah, that might not be a bad place to go. The other option would be as close to the center of your apartment building as you can get in a hallway, closet, or bathroom. But if you're on the first floor, then you're in good shape. Those of you who live above you, should probably evacuate and come maybe down to your apartment. Or if you have an enclosed hallway between apartment units on the lowest floor, that would also be an acceptable place to evacuate to as well. Just be sure you take stuff with you to cover yourself up, blankets and pillows and even a small mattress off of a baby bed or a futon. Time frame for the worst in Ashland working, and we're trying to decide if we need to close early and when. Well, Amanda, I don't see anything out there right now that would warrant considering to close. I mean, right now all we have is summertime thunderstorms or early spring thunderstorms. We have no ongoing severe weather at the moment. And I think that this line of thunderstorms is behaving exactly as we anticipated, in that it is weakening as it moves in to East Alabama. So I don't see anything happening at the moment that would warrant closing a business early this evening. If the heaviest rain happened to be right on top of you at quitting time or closing time, then the safest idea would be for you to just hang out a few more minutes and let it pass so that you don't have to drive in very heavy rainfall. But from a severe weather perspective, there's nothing going on out there anywhere across Alabama at the moment that would warrant closing a business. Now, if we had multiple tornado warnings out there across central Alabama moving toward East Alabama, then I'd say, yeah, maybe you should close and get everybody home and get them safe before this line moves through. But that's not the case. We've lost all of our tornado signatures. We have no severe warnings out there right now other than those aerial flood advisories back over Birmingham, and that may move east along with that line of thunderstorms. But at the moment, I don't see anything out there that would warrant closing early this evening. Miss Vivian says that her weather cat is on the back of the love seat asleep, so we are all safe for now. So yes, Miss Vivian, let us know if the weather cat gets up and goes and runs under the bed. That's when we need to sound all of the alerts if we need to. So Weather Service is canceling some of the tornado watch areas. So now Tuscaloosa County. So the University of Alabama is in the clear. They have just canceled Tuscaloosa County from the tornado watch. They also have canceled Blount and Jefferson County. The tornado watch continues for Greene, Hale, and Sumter until 8 p.m. and for Autauga, Bibb, Calhoun, Cherokee, Chilton, Clay, Cleburne, Coosa, Dallas, Etowah, Marengo, Perry, Shelby, St. Clair, and Talladega until 9 p.m. The Weather Service is also telling us, and I love it when these guys and gals have a little sense of humor. This is from the National Weather Service office at Birmingham. Don't want to jinx anything right now, but things seem to be settling down. We will continue to clear counties as soon as that line of storms passes. So Birmingham telling us that they are seeing the same thing I'm interpreting, in that this line of storms seems to be weakening as it moves on off east of I-65 into East Alabama. Got reports of trees and power lines down on Gadsden Highway. That's in center Alabama. This is from earlier. and trees blocking Road 2245, County Road 44 in Leesburg. That's really all the reports of damage we're getting, which is pretty amazing because we had some pretty good tornado signatures. Earlier this afternoon, we had a pretty good tornado signature there just south of Tuscaloosa. And then we actually had two different areas of rotation producing tornadoes in Jefferson County at the same time. And then the southern side of that storm went through a pulsating cycle where it produced a tornado, and then it weakened, and then it spun up again right there around the Galleria, right there at Highway 31 and 459, and moved right across the summit there at 280 and 459, and then eventually crossed I-20 near Pell City. And there were times that tornado was confirmed and observed. We had a TDS, which is a tornado debris signature, so we know that it was lofting debris up into the upper levels of the atmosphere. And to only get a handful of damage reports in those areas is pretty remarkable. It wouldn't surprise me at all to go 6 to 10 hours out in rural Alabama and have damage and not know it. But you talk about southern Jefferson County and over into Shelby County and St. Clair County. Those are densely populated areas, and you would just about know about damage immediately. And we're just not seeing it, which is pretty amazing given the type of storms we had move through those areas. But the good news is we have not had a tornado warning now in about an hour. So that's good indication things are settling down. Well, if the Weather Cat is on the love seat listening to Dr. Don, and the Weather Cat is kind of snoozing, if I am putting the Weather Cat to sleep tonight, that is another good sign that maybe things are improving for us and we don't have a whole lot to be worried about. Now understand, folks, we've got to stay weather aware, though, until we get this completely out of East Alabama, even though it appears that things are weakening. All it takes is one little impulse along that line to send a thunderstorm into rotation, and then we got a problem again. So we can't. I don't want you to get a false sense of security and turn your phone or tablet off and go to bed and not have a way of being alerted with severe weather tonight until we get this line through the area. If that happens, then we're all good. So we still got to pay attention to this for a little while longer. I got a few more storm reports coming in. This is 1 mile southwest of Hoover on Veterans Parkway. Tree on a house. This was from the storm earlier at around 6 o'clock. Lake Purdy Community, Shelby County. Road blocked by trees. Local storm report, 1 South River Chase Parkway. This was around 7 p.m. Tree on a house. Local storm report, 2 miles south of Leeds, Jefferson County at 619, Highway 25, blocked by trees. Then we have a local storm report 4 miles west-northwest of Susan Moore in Blount County. That's up there in North Alabama. Trees down there. Several reports of trees down in Blount County. Tuscaloosa County reported some flash flooding at 6:03. Street roadway flooding. Vehicles were stranded. And then 1 mile west of Cottondale, that's in Tuscaloosa County. Flash flooding reported at 6:56. Street road flooding, vehicles stranded there as well. So, yeah, we've got some flash flooding problems out there and trees down. A couple of reports of trees on homes and mobile homes. There was a tree on a mobile home near Leeds or Leedsburg, I think it was. And then reports of multiple 18-wheelers blown over up there on Interstate 22 northwest of Birmingham earlier this evening. And then reports of multiple automobile accidents on I-20 just east of the I-24-59 interchange. That was being reported just before the tornado crossed over I-20 near Pell City. So we know that those accidents were not caused by the tornado. Those accidents were most likely caused by the blinding rain and heavy wind that was in the area before the tornado moved through. Question about the Auburn area. So we have not had any significant rainfall to calm down the atmosphere. So do you think we have anything to worry about this evening? I really don't, and here's why. Even though you haven't had a lot of rain today, we've lost the heating of the day. The sun has gone down. It's been down now for several hours. So that heat from the sun on the top side of the clouds is not a factor now that we've lost the sun. If this line were moving through at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we would probably be looking at a totally different situation right now. But since we have lost the heating of the day, at least judging what we have seen over the last 30 minutes to an hour, you certainly could have a strong storm in Lee County later on this evening, and it certainly is going to be windy. Wind gust to 35 miles per hour possible, but that would happen tonight without thunderstorms anyway because of the wind profile that we have going on. But judging what we've seen over the last hour or so and the fact that we've lost the heating of the day, I'm not anticipating an uptick in severe weather across East Alabama. That's not zero. I can't tell you for sure that it's not going to happen, but I can tell you that it's looking more and more like we're going to be dealing with a windy, rainy night across East Alabama. Heflin, Alabama, they're around the I-20 corridor up in Cleburne County. You've got some rain to the south of you, to the southeast, over there in Carroll County, and then east of you back over toward Villa Rica or maybe Douglasville on the western suburbs of Atlanta. But you still got that main line back just east of Birmingham that's coming right out I-20. So you've got more rain to go in Heflin, Alabama, but again, there's nothing severe out there at the moment. We're going to all watch this together and see if things change, but we anticipate that it won't. We think that these storms will continue to either maintain the strength they're at right now or continue to weaken as they move into East Alabama. I don't anticipate an uptick in the severity, let's put it that way. Chance, I'd love to say go to bed. I've been up since about 3:45 this morning. Had a long day today at my paying job. Yeah, I had to get up extra early this morning to get the weather done and then get on the road because I had to travel a little bit this morning. And I would love to drop the mic and say, all right, it's done. Everybody go to bed, because I'd be the first one in the bed. Trust me. But can't do that just yet. I think we're working in that direction, but we're not there just yet. If you've just joined us, we continue to watch with the possibility of severe weather across central and east Alabama, west central Georgia. You're listening to Dr. Don's weather coverage, and the Alpha Weather Center, brought to you by local Alpha agent Jamie Dukas, Southern Union State Community College, also our partners, along with a lot of fine folks across East Alabama and West Georgia that support us here on Dr. Don's Weather. It is 7:28 p.m. Central. It feels like it should be about 2 o'clock in the morning. On February 17th, 2022, we welcome you into our live severe weather coverage. If this is your first time here and you're scratching your head, you're trying to figure out what the heck is this? I spent 22 years on broadcast radio in East Alabama and West Georgia. About 11 years ago, I moved to Northeast Georgia. Life has its way of doing things, and life took us to a different location. But with modern technology the way it is, I'm now able to provide weather coverage for East Alabama and West Georgia for areas that are left out of wall-to-wall live severe weather coverage by the major television markets in Birmingham and Atlanta. I'm not dissing the major television markets. They do what they do, and there are reasons why they cannot spend a lot of time covering East Alabama and West Georgia, and I won't get off on that soapbox tonight, but it is what it is. In East Alabama, Randolph County in particular, is just kind of left out of live wall-to-wall severe weather coverage. So that's why I do this. Like I said, was in East Alabama on radio for 22 years. I have an extensive background in fire services, law enforcement, and in emergency management. And emergency management is what I do for my full-time paying job now. Work for the state of Georgia. So that's why we do this, to give the folks of East Alabama and West Georgia an outlet to get severe weather coverage and live wall-to-wall coverage. And my most favorite part of doing all of this is what we're doing right now, is just chit-chatting and reading your comments and your thoughts and your questions in the chat room, and showing you the weather on the radar. And from time to time, we have two radio stations across East Alabama that I also do the daily weather forecast. And that is our friends at WFAZ, God's Country, 90.9 FM, and WJHO, 89.7, The Classic. And from time to time, they join us on our broadcast, and we will update our radio listeners on what's going on with the weather in those particular areas as well. Still getting lots of reports of heavy wind across East Alabama. I think once we get this last line of thunderstorms through, the wind will probably improve some, though it's going to continue to be windy throughout the remainder of the night. Understand that when you get real heavy precipitation, that can push some of those heavy winds to the ground. And in this low-level jet that's stretching across East Alabama and West Georgia, we've got winds in excess of 75 knots in the upper levels of the atmosphere. So if you get some of these tall thunderstorms that are 20, 30, and 40,000 foot tall, it can pull some of that wind down to the surface when the heavy precipitation moves in. And so it's going to be very windy over the next couple of hours across East Alabama and West Georgia. And we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just issued. National Weather Service office in Birmingham has issued a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Shelby County, and it's going to be in effect until 8:15 p.m. The main threat with this thunderstorm is 60-mile-per-hour straight-line winds and hail in excess of 3/4 inch in size. So let's zoom in on this particular storm, because if it holds together, it's going to end up over here in East Alabama. Now, this thing is literally sitting on top of the Shelby County Airport, which is where the National Weather Service office is located in Birmingham. I mean, this is the radar, and this storm is literally sitting right on top of the radar. So for that reason, let me switch to Montgomery. Maybe we can get a little better look at this. Yes, we can see it a whole lot better out of Montgomery. There's your storm crossing I-65 right there at the Shelby County Airport in Shelby County. So let me give you some locations, best time of arrival. We're talking Columbiana over there on Lay Lake in about 9 minutes, Wilsonville in about 18, Childersburg in Talladega County in about 27 minutes, Bon Air in about 28, Oak Grove in about 30 minutes, Sylacauga about 33, Winterboro in about 40 minutes, Hatchet Creek in about 48 minutes, Waldo in about 50 minutes, and if it holds together, now understand this is a long way downstream, but if it holds together, Millerville over there in Clay County in about 55 minutes. And that is a severe thunderstorm warning. The storm is crossing I-65 right there at the Shelby County Airport, just south of Alabaster and just to the northeast of Montevallo, over there where the University of Montevallo is located. And it's going to be in the Columbiana area here pretty quick. And then, like I said, downstream, Childersburg, Sylacauga, and then if it holds together, it eventually would end up over there in southern Clay County. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. The main threat from this storm is going to be straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour, and 3/4 inch sized hail will be possible with this storm. As a matter of fact, we have a hail marker right there that tells us there is a 70% chance that we do have hail in this storm. There's a 20% chance that hail is going to be 3/4 of an inch or larger. Most likely the hail cores would be right there where you see those purples, if the radar is giving us a good depiction here. And we're looking at it from the southeast. We're looking at it from the Montgomery radar, because this storm is literally sitting right on top of the Birmingham radar at the Shelby County Airport. So if you're just joining us, we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued by the National Weather Service. This is going to be over in Shelby County. But then the next county up is Talladega, which is one of our coverage counties. And then if the storm holds together, it'll eventually end up over in Clay, which is right in the heart of our coverage area across East Alabama and West Georgia. We've got some scattered heavy showers in other parts of East Alabama, moderate rain up there, northern Randolph, south of Newell, north of Wedowee, back over toward Big Springs or on the eastern side of the county. Some heavier showers over in West Georgia as well. Light showers down in Chambers, maybe a little heavy rain there between Dadeville and Jackson Gap. Moderate rain about to move into Alexander City. That stretches back up across most of Coosa County and then back over toward Clanton, with that severe thunderstorm crossing I-65 near the Shelby County Airport. That is moving to the east, so we're going to keep an eye on that as it moves east. We have a warning over in Georgia now. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Northwestern Cherokee. Let me zoom out because we have a lot of folks over here in Georgia that pay attention to our forecast. And let me talk about this just for a few moments. Now we're looking at this. Let me switch to Atlanta. I need to kind of see what's going on up here around my house anyway. So here's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning This is going to be for Northwestern Cherokee, Southwestern Gilmer, Southeastern Floyd, Northwestern Dawson, Gordon County, Pickens County, and Bartow County of Northwest Georgia. This warning is in effect until 9 p.m. At 8:36 p.m., severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from Calhoun to Shannon to near Lindale, moving to the east at around 55 miles per hour. Locations in the path of this storm include Rome, Canton, Cartersville, Calhoun, Jasper, Adairsville, Cave Spring. Let's see here. Talking Rock, Fairmount, and Ranger. Again, that is a severe thunderstorm warning for Northwest Georgia. Let me look at my house right quick. Yeah, just some heavy rain right now. So back down here to East Alabama, we continue to watch that severe thunderstorm warning for severe thunderstorm now just east of I-65 in Shelby County. The heaviest part of this, if it holds together, is probably once it gets into Talladega County. It's going to be straddling the Talladega County, Coosa County line. And then to the north. So Sylacauga and Childersburg and all points in between would probably catch the heaviest part of this storm as it moves off to the east. It's probably going to come, the heaviest part of it's probably going to cross 280, very close to Childersburg. Yeah, nothing going on in Wedowee right now. You got some heavy rain to the north of you, but this line of thunderstorms will eventually move through all of East Alabama, which includes Randolph. So at the moment, we only have one warning in the state of Alabama, and that's for this severe thunderstorm down here in Shelby County, about to move into southern Talladega County. So you got some rain and thunder and lightning and high winds across Randolph County, including Wedowee, over the next couple of hours. Same thing for Alexander City. Uh-oh, somebody's having a birthday. Happy birthday to you. Some of you folks who are on Facebook, all I see is Facebook user. So I'm not really sure who you are. When you log on, if it gives you an option to create a handle or username, please do. So at least if I know you, I know you're there. Because some of you just show up as Facebook user on my end. I think you get an option to create a handle or username. You sign in. Or at least there should be a way to do that. Yeah, Michael, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning up there in the Rome area, just issued by the Weather Service out of Peachtree City. Should move out of the Rome area pretty quick because that thing formed right on top of you. Pretty good lightning output now over here on this Shelby County storm. I'll zoom in on this thing and we'll look at just the lightning output. That's just in the last couple of minutes. 48 strikes in the last 2 to 3 minutes with this thunderstorm over here in Shelby County. This is most likely a hail core up to the north and west of Columbiana. Yeah, as this line of storms gets closer to you, the winds are going to increase even more so than they were this afternoon. Because these storms have formed right under that low-level jet. That's kind of the forcing mechanism for this line of storms. So the winds are going to increase. They're not necessarily coming from the thunderstorms, even though if a storm does go severe, like this one in Shelby County, it could add to the wind that would be there anyway if there were no thunderstorms taking place at all. So we're kind of getting the wind from two or three different angles here. We're in a squeeze play between low pressure and high pressure, plus we have that low-level jet that's dipping way down into East Alabama and West Georgia. And then you have those thunderstorms that are developing along that low-level jet that's also producing wind. So there's no question the wind's going to be just ferocious until we get all this out of here later on tonight. So that's why I've been telling you for the last couple of days, be prepared for power outages, because there will be some scattered power outages tonight. With this wind gusting 25, 30, and even 40 miles per hour at times. That'll bring, especially in the areas where the ground's already saturated from rains earlier this evening, that's going to bring down some trees and power lines. All right, so this just in from the Weather Service. We have numerous reports of trees down across Jefferson County. Some of the most notable are in the Miller Road area. Large trees down in the area of New Mulgle Loop. Not really sure where that's at. Vicksburg Street in the McDonald's Chapel area. I'm just kind of reading through this to see if there's anything of any note that we need to note there. It just looks like trees down all across Jefferson County, and that's going to be from two different tornado-producing storms that we had earlier. But no major reports of structural damage. We did have a few trees down on some homes, but at least we're not telling you about multiple injuries or fatalities or a lot of structure damage. A lot of trees. We can deal with the trees. National Weather Service is continuing the severe thunderstorm warning for Shelby County. Until 8:15. Here's a report of an automobile accident where a vehicle, this is in Cedar Bluff, where a vehicle hit a tree that was down across the roadway. The occupants of the vehicle are not injured, so that's good news. Just another reason why you don't need to be out there driving in weather like this, because especially if you're driving a rural road where there's not a lot of lights, you can't see these trees that are laying across the road until it's too late. And by the time you see that tree, your natural reaction is to slam on brakes, and you slide right into it. So on nights like tonight, I know people have to go to work, and I know sometimes you just don't have an option. But look at it like this. Do you really have an option? Because your choices are to go to work and take the risk of getting in an accident or seriously injuring yourself or losing your life, or having to deal with your boss because you were a few minutes late because you waited on that storm to pass. Don't abuse it. But really, when it comes down to it, you do have a choice. You have to use common sense in making those choices, and it's certainly not something that you need to take advantage of. But if I've got to make a choice between my life and getting out there on that highway for whatever reason, I like myself too much. I'm going to choose my life every single time. And that's the common sense approach that people need to take when we're dealing with severe weather. I know there's a lot of anxiety out there during severe weather. We deal with that every time we do a live broadcast, and I understand that. But as long as you are aware of what's going on, then you're doing 95% of what you have to do to keep yourself safe. And if you're listening to Dr. Don's weather, then you're weather aware. So that's another big thing we do during severe weather events such as this. We try to help folks who have weather anxiety and assure you that as long as you're aware of what's going on, you can protect yourself. Now, typically speaking, tornadoes affect a very small area. Their paths are most of the time are not very wide. Most of the time, they do not last very long. So tornadoes affect a very small part of the population. And if you know what's going on, if you have someone to help you understand what's going on, show it to you on radar, talk to you about it, and tell you when it's time for you to go to your safe place, then you're doing everything you possibly can to protect yourself during severe weather. And most of the time, you're going to be just fine. So, but you got to be aware. You got to be weather aware of what's going on. What about wallet? I've got my wallet. There's nothing in it, but I've got. Is wallet some type of donation platform? There's a new one every single day, and I'm not familiar with wallet. We do PayPal, and there's several options. You don't have to go through PayPal. You can use a credit card. Oh, look, all you got to do, if you want to help us out, which we greatly appreciate. There's the website. All you got to do is click on that upper right-hand corner. You'll see a you'll see a donate button. All you have to do is click on it, and you can help us out. So what Cannon was talking about was meant to say Wadley. What about Wadley? It came out, what about wallet? I wasn't really sure what you were talking about there. Yeah, Wadley showers, thunderstorms. I don't see anything severe for Wadley, but now look, this storm over in Shelby County is lined up just right. If it holds together and continues across Talladega and across southern Clay County, it certainly could move right across Wadley. So we're going to watch that part of this line. The MO here tonight has been for these storms to slowly weaken as they move east and east of I-65. This storm just moved over 65 and is now over there on the east side of 65. So we'll watch this and see if the Weather Service lets this severe thunderstorm warning expire, or if they expire it early, or if they extend it. It looks like they're issuing a special weather statement for Talladega. And that is exactly what they have done. The National Weather Service office in Birmingham is issuing a special weather statement. A strong thunderstorm will impact portions of southwestern Talladega and southwestern Clay County through 8:30 p.m. This evening. So it looks like they are not going to issue a severe thunderstorm. They're not going to extend the severe thunderstorm into Talladega and Clay. They are going to issue a special weather statement for this line as it moves into Talladega and Clay. But we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning up here in Cleburne County. So let's go talk about this for just a few minutes. This is going to be on the north side of Cleburne. This is going to be north of the I-20 corridor from about Muscadine north up into northern Cleburne, up into Cherokee, and back over to Calhoun. This storm is just east of Jacksonville University. So the National Weather Service in Birmingham issues a severe thunderstorm warning for Calhoun and Cherokee and Cleburne until 8:15 p.m. this evening. The main threat with this storm will be 60-mile-per-hour straight-line winds and hail in excess of 3/4 of an inch. The Weather Service does continue the severe thunderstorm warning for Shelby County until 8:15 And then downstream, they're replacing that with a special weather statement, if I'm interpreting all this correctly. Yeah, and that would seem to be the case. They're going to let the thunderstorm warning for Shelby stay in place, but once this storm crosses over into Talladega County, instead of extending the severe thunderstorm warning into Talladega, they have issued a special weather statement for southern Talladega and southwestern Clay. So again, the storm appears to be weakening as it continues to move off to the east. Zoom out a little bit so you can kind of see the overall picture. Questions about Lee County, questions about Alexander City. This entire line is going to move through all of East Alabama and eventually West Georgia as we go throughout the evening. At the moment, there is nothing severe that's threatening Lee County or Alexander City, but that could change. And we're just going to kind of have to watch this together as the line moves through. Now, I'll say this, Alexander City, you do have some heavy rain just off to your west, about to move into Alexander City, but that part of this storm does not look severe. And then as far as Lee County is concerned, you have absolutely nothing going on down there right now. Let's go back to the Birmingham radar, since this storm is now east of that radar site. Probably get a pretty good look at it. Oh, yeah. Now, Auburn, you see this stuff back over here in West Alabama, north of Selma. All of that will move across Lee County later on. But again, this is not severe at the moment. We're going to watch it together and see if it goes severe before it gets there. Odds are it will not. Odds are it will continue to either maintain its present strength or slowly weaken as it moves across the state of Alabama. All right, so folks, it is 7:55. It's about 5 minutes before 8 p.m. Central. You're watching live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather. All of our Facebook, all of our social media channels on board with us tonight. And we're going to step aside and take a break, about a 5-minute break. We do that about every 15 to 30 minutes so that I can check multiple different sources for weather information and take a little break, if you know what I mean. So hang in there. I'm going to leave the feed up. I'm going to leave the radar up. We're actually going to put it in motion for you so you can get a good idea of the direction these storms are moving in. Now, let me zoom out just a little bit more, too, so you can see the whole picture there. Question about special weather statement. That is below a severe thunderstorm warning. That's just a special weather statement is just saying, hey, you've got some heavy weather moving in, but it is not considered severe. So that's one step below a severe thunderstorm warning. And we'll talk a little bit more about that when I come back after we take a quick break. You are watching live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather. You're watching live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather. Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and DrDonWX.com. Our wall-to-wall coverage will continue in a moment. While we're taking a short break, please consider supporting Dr. Don's Weather by going to DrDonWX.com and click on the donate button. The link will also be placed in the chat room of this live stream. Please share Dr. Don's Weather with your friends on social media and ask them to share with their friends. Dr. Don's severe weather coverage is powered by Southern Union State Community College. In the Alpha Weather Center, Jamie Dukas, your local Alpha agent. Our partners include Finch Realty, Auction 431 South, Made in the South, Bama Diesel Repair, Anchor Roofing, Jimmy Stevens Construction, Genesis Weight Clinic, Town of Wadley, WFAZ, God's Country 90.9 FM, and WJHO, The Classic 89.7. If you have questions, comments, or concerns, please post them in the chat room, and I'll return momentarily. watching live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and drdonwx.com. Our wall-to-wall coverage will continue in a moment. While we're taking a short break, please consider supporting Dr. Don's Weather by going to drdonwx.com and click on the donate button. The link will also be placed in the chat room of this live stream. Please share Dr. Don's Weather with your friends on social media and ask them to share with their friends. Dr. Don's severe weather coverage is powered by Southern Union State Community College. In the Alpha Weather Center, Jamie Dukas, your local Alpha agent. Our partners include Finch Realty, Auction 431 South, Made in the South, Bama Diesel Repair, Anchor Roofing, Jimmy Stevens Construction, Genesis Weight Clinic, Town of Wadley, WFAZ, God's Country 90.9 FM, and WJHO, The Classic 89.7. If you have questions, comments, or concerns, please post them in the chat room, and I'll return momentarily. You're watching live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and drdonwx.com. Our wall-to-wall coverage will continue in a moment. While we're taking a short break, please consider supporting Dr. Don's Weather by going to drdonwx.com and click on the donate button. The link will also be placed in the chat room of this live stream. Please share Dr. Don's Weather with your friends on social media and ask them to share with their friends. Dr. Don's severe weather coverage is powered by Southern Union State Community College. In the Alpha Weather Center, Jamie Dukas, your local Alpha agent. Our partners include Finch Realty, Auction 431 South, Made in the South, Bama Diesel Repair, Anchor Roofing, Jimmy Stevens Construction, Genesis Weight Clinic, Town of Wadley, WFAZ, God's Country 90.9 FM, and WJHO, The Classic 89.7. If you have questions, comments, or concerns, please post them in the chat room, and I'll return momentarily. You're watching live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and drdonwx.com. Our wall-to-wall coverage will continue in a moment. While we're taking a short break, please consider supporting Dr. Don's Weather by going to drdonwx.com and click on the donate button. The link will also be placed in the chat room of this live stream. Please share Dr. Don's Weather with your friends on social media and ask them to share with their friends. Dr. Don's severe weather coverage is powered by Southern Union State Community College. In the Alpha Weather Center, Jamie Dukas, your local Alpha agent. Our partners include Finch Realty, Auction 431 South, Made in the South, Bama Diesel Repair, Anchor Roofing, Jimmy Stevens Construction, Genesis Weight Clinic, Town of Wadley, WFAZ, God's Country 90.9 FM, and WJHO, The Classic 89.7. If you have questions, comments, or concerns, please post them in the chat room, and I'll return momentarily. You're watching live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and drdonwx.com. Our wall-to-wall coverage will continue in a moment. While we're taking a short break, please consider supporting Dr. Don's Weather by going to drdonwx.com and click on the donate button. The link will also be placed in the chat room of this live stream. Please share Dr. Don's Weather with your friends on social media and ask them to share with their friends. Dr. Don's severe weather coverage is powered by Southern Union State Community College. In the Alpha Weather Center, Jamie Dukas, your local Alpha agent. Our partners include Finch Realty, Auction 431 South, Made in the South, Bama Diesel Repair, Anchor Roofing, Jimmy Stevens Construction, Genesis Weight Clinic, Town of Wadley, WFAZ, God's Country 90.9 FM, and WJHO, The Classic 89.7. If you have questions, comments, or concerns, please post them in the chat room, and I'll return momentarily. You're watching live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and DrDonWX.com. Our wall-to-wall coverage will continue in a moment. While we're taking a short break, please consider supporting Dr. Don's Weather by going to DrDonWX.com and click on the donate button. The link will also be placed in the chat room of this live stream. Please share Dr. Don's Weather with your friends on social media and ask them to share with their friends. Dr. Don's severe weather coverage is powered by Southern Union State Community College and the Alpha Weather Center. Jamie Dukas, your local Alpha agent. Our partners include Finch Realty, Auction 431 South, Made in the South, Bama Diesel Repair, Anchor Roofing, Jimmy Stevens Construction, Genesis Weight Clinic, Town of Wadley, WFAZ, God's Country 90.9 FM, and WJHO, The Classic 89.7. If you have questions, comments, or concerns, please post them in the chat room, and I'll return momentarily. And welcome back to our coverage live on Dr. Don's Weather. It is 8:05 Central on February 17, 2022, as our live severe weather coverage continues in the Alpha Weather Center. Jamie Dukas, your local Alpha agent. Call Jamie today at 256-831-7770 for a free, no-obligation insurance quote. You can also click on the link to carry you over to Alpha Insurance, and you can do all of that online. You can find that link at the top of all of our primetime video post every single morning here on Dr. Don's Weather. We are watching a couple of areas of severe weather this evening move across East Alabama. We'll start on the north side, and then we'll work our way south. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Calhoun County up into extreme southern Cherokee, though I got to tell you that part of the storm in Cherokee is now over in Georgia. And the warning for the northern sections of Cleburne County, that's up there north of Heflin, up there around Coldwater, that will expire in about another less than 10 minutes or so, about another 9 minutes before that one expires. And then in Georgia, to the east of that, right across the Alabama state line, downstream, they're handling that with a special weather statement instead of a severe thunderstorm warning. So indication that that line is not quite as strong as it was earlier. For those of you watching us up here in North Georgia, we have a severe thunderstorm warning over here. This covers places like Jasper, Canton, and then back to the west. And that will continue on over to places just south of Dahlonega, maybe Dawsonville, Gainesville, Lake Lanier. We'll catch that one a little later on this evening. And as we come back into Alabama, just torrents of rain now in the Anniston-Oxford area, all the way down to Pell City, the same area that had the possible tornado, or had the tornado cross over I-20 earlier this evening near Pell City. Not seeing a lot of reports of damage in that area other than some trees. We certainly have a lot of trees down there around the I-20 corridor just near Pell City back over toward Leeds, Alabama. We did have reports of several automobile accidents on I-20 just east of Birmingham. That all happened before the tornado crossed over, and that was probably because of heavy rainfall that was occurring in the area. But Talladega now getting some very heavy rain as we continue on down to the south. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning that again will continue until 8:15. This is going to be for Shelby County. And then downstream from that warning, we have a special weather statement for central and southern Talladega and for southwestern Clay. So again, that's also an indication that the Weather Service is thinking that this line of storms is weakening a little bit because they're not replacing it with a thunderstorm warning in Talladega and Clay. They're covering that with a special weather statement instead of a severe thunderstorm warning. We still have some light rain, moderate rain at times over in Randolph County. Southern Clay, we've got light to moderate rain going on there. From Alexander City all the way back up to Wadley, the northwest and north central sections of Tallapoosa County, we have heavy rain that stretches back down into Coosa. And the heaviest, though, and the backside of all of this is along that line that stretches from Talladega down to Sylacauga and then down into Chilton County, just north of Clanton, and then down to around Selma in southwest Alabama. Now let me zoom out and take you down here to the Mobile area. We're going to switch over to the Mobile radar right quick, and let me kind of show you what's setting up down here. I don't see any severe thunderstorm warnings down in southwest Alabama, but we are beginning to see some special weather statements that are being issued down here in this area. And there we go. And that's going to be for this line down in southeast Mississippi that's about to move into southwest Alabama. So places like Jackson, Monroeville, Saraland, Mobile. Another hour or so, and this line of thunderstorms coming out of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, will rotate through southwest Alabama. But at the moment, we don't see anything severe over there. Just a lot of heavy rainfall. Of course, the wind is already bad. And then as this line approaches, the wind's going to pick up even more so than it is right now for you folks down in southwest Alabama. So back up here to east Alabama and central Alabama, we'll switch back to the Birmingham radar. And that'll take just a few moments to load. There we go. And yeah, let's leave it right there. All right, so going to zoom in a little bit so you can see the area pretty good. And this is what we're dealing with this evening, a line of thunderstorms. We have not seen a tornado warning now in well over an hour, coming up on 2 hours since we lost our last tornado warning. So we know the storms are not nearly as strong as they were earlier this afternoon, but we are getting an occasional severe thunderstorm warning and a special weather statement for different segments along this line of thunderstorms. That's why we've got to watch this thing and pay attention to it until we get it completely out of the area a little later on this evening. Question about Lineville. Is Lineville going to get any bad weather? Well, this line of thunderstorms is moving from left to right, and you can look right there in Clay County where Lineville is located, which is about right there where my cursor is. So if this line of storms over here is moving to the right, then yep, it's coming right over Lineville. And the part of the storm that has produced a severe thunderstorm warning and a special weather statement will move across Clay County. So you're going to get a strong line of thunderstorms. Now, as to whether or not it's severe when it moves through Lineville and Clay County, we don't know. We're going to have to kind of watch this in real time as it develops. But yes, you do have a line of thunderstorms that will move through Clay County over the course of the next hour or so. Yeah, Rome, Georgia, I think, let me go back up there and look at Rome right quick. Yeah, Rome, you're pretty much out of the danger zone, so I think you're good to go to bed. Now, you're going to continue to get some rain for at least another hour, maybe 2 hours, but I don't see anything severe in Alabama that would move across Rome. You may get some flash flooding up there, but if you're in the bed, and as long as you don't live on the riverbank, you should be okay, Michael, to go ahead and go to bed up there in Rome, Georgia. You're behind this main line of storms now, so you're good to go. Chambers County, you're in East Alabama. So this is Chambers County right here where I've got the cursor on the map. This line of thunderstorms is moving from left to right, so it's going to move through Chambers County. Probably still got about another hour to hour and a half to go before it gets into Chambers County. But yeah, that line's moving your way. As to exactly how strong it will be when it gets into Chambers County, $64 million question. We don't think it's going to intensify. We think that this line of thunderstorms is in the process of weakening, but we do continue to get different segments of this storm go severe. So we're going to have to watch it as it moves into East Alabama and call it as it happens for you. So if you're in Chambers, Randolph, anywhere in West Georgia, Tallapoosa, Clay County, Coosa, Elmore, you need to be weather aware until we get this. Let me just highlight that right quick for you. You need to remain weather aware. I'm going to put a circle around the main line of thunderstorms. Now, I didn't do very good in arts and crafts in kindergarten, so just bear with me. All right, there's your main line of thunderstorms. The individual cells are moving up to the northeast. The entire line is moving east. It's moving from left to right as you look at it on your phone or tablet. So until that line of storms passes your area, you know where you are, or at least you should know where you are on a map. If you don't, then there's your homework assignment. Go to Google State of Alabama County Map or State of Georgia County Map, print it off, and locate where you are on that map and memorize it so that when we have severe weather outbreaks like this, we don't get a million whatabouts. I'm not trying to be sassy with anybody, but today's society they just don't know their geographic locations, or some folks don't. A lot of people do. But know where you are on a map so that when we tell you that we have a line of thunderstorms moving into East Alabama, you know that, okay, it hadn't got here yet because I can look at it on the map. I know where I'm located. I can see where the storm's at. So I know that this line of storms is yet to come through my area. So it's coming your way. You're going to get it all across East Alabama and West Georgia. At the moment, we're not looking at severe weather, but very strong thunderstorms, very heavy rainfall, gusty winds, which all could bring down trees. We could have some scattered power outages to deal with as well as this line of storms moves through the area later on this afternoon, or this evening, I should say. Loganville, Georgia, yeah, you're going to get it over there in Loganville as well. You're out there on I-20, and so we still got a ways to go. I mean, the line's just now coming out of Alabama. Hasn't even made it to Atlanta yet. So what are we looking at here? It's 9:16 Eastern. Yeah, probably after midnight before this line of thunderstorms. I'm talking after midnight Eastern time, probably 1 a.m.-ish or so Eastern. Before this line of storms makes it over here to Loganville. We don't know yet just how strong it's going to be when it gets over there. It still should be in a weakening phase. This line of storms should continue to weaken throughout the remainder of the night. And then tomorrow, as the sun comes back up, what's left of this line over here in South Carolina and North Carolina may re-intensify. But throughout the overnight hours, this thing should slowly start to decrease in intensity as it continues to move off to the east. So the National Weather Service is canceling some counties from the tornado watch. In East Alabama, the National Weather Service has canceled the tornado watch for, this is Central and East Alabama, Bibb, Cherokee, Etowah, Shelby, and St. Clair. So these are the counties that are immediately behind this line of storms, and that's going to be the pattern here. As this line of storms moves through and clears your county, then your county is going to be removed from the tornado watch. They have not extended the tornado watch any further east, and quite honestly, I don't expect them to unless something changes pretty quick in the next 10 or 15 minutes. So for right now, the counties in East Alabama that continue under the tornado watch and continue to have a threat for severe weather would be Cleburne, Eastern Calhoun, central and eastern Talladega, Clay, Coosa, central and eastern Chilton, Autauga, and Dallas. If I didn't call out your county, then you're not under a tornado watch. And that includes Randolph, Chambers, Tallapoosa, Elmore, Lee, and then our West Georgia counties of Harris, Troup, Heard, and Carroll. You are not under a tornado watch. They have not extended it further to the east as of yet. So at the moment, the tornado threat in those counties, it's not non-existent, but it's very low. We'll see if that changes in the next 30 minutes or so. Thank you, Kay Branch. I appreciate your kind words. Thank you, Lauren Frazier. I appreciate your kind words as well. Sarah's watching us this evening, and we had Kay over in East Randolph County. Thank you, Sandy Knight. Good to see you in here this evening. Good evening to you, Ted Talley. Tawana, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Brandon. I appreciate it. Josh Caldwell, watching from Huntsville, Alabama. Y'all are in the clear up there in Huntsville. Drew Murr, poor end of Country Club Road, tuning in. Folks in Randolph and Chambers probably understand that. The rest of the world's going, huh? I understand you, Drew. I know where you're coming from. Thank you, Beverly Smith. Good news here, folks. Once we get this line of storms out of here tonight, we got a nice weekend on the way. It's going to be a little bit cooler tomorrow. We're going to probably be somewhere around 20 degrees colder tomorrow than we were today. It'll be breezy tomorrow, but we should go back to, it'll be cloudy in the morning. And something just hit my roof. We just had a limb fall out of a tree that just hit our roof. Okay, folks, so I'm going to have to put you on hold just for a second while I go check what that was. It just came through my roof. So I'll be right back. Y'all just stay right where you're at. I'm not going away. I've got to go check and see what this was and see if it caused any roof damage here. So just stand by for me just a second. Okay, good news, folks. It was not a limb coming through the roof. So My studio is upstairs, and producer Tracy left the window open in the bedroom, and the wind, which is becoming ferocious up here, slammed the bedroom door. So that's what that was. Good news, because it shook the whole second floor up here, and I thought a limb had, because unfortunately we're surrounded by trees up here on the mountain, and there for just a second I thought we had some roof damage going on, but we're good. We're good. We're good. Where were we? Lisa's watching us, and Lynette. What was I talking about before that happened? I had a great train of thought going on something. I was talking about the nice weather we have coming. Yes, we'll go back to sunny skies tomorrow, although it's going to be cooler. And then Saturday will be a little bit warmer, lots of sunshine. Sunday, I think, will be probably the better of the 2 days for the weekend. Sunshine on Sunday. But here comes the bad news. Rain returns on Sunday night and may continue all the way through next week. Let me just check the latest weather forecast right quick while we're talking about this. Because I've been going live now for about 4 hours and I haven't had a chance to look at anything. Let's see. We hit 57 on Saturday, down to 32 Saturday night. Sunday, 62. 20% chance of rain Sunday night, down to 43. Monday, Washington's birthday. Chance of showers and thunderstorms. Then thunderstorms likely in the afternoon. It'll be cloudy with a high near 64. Chance of rain Monday is 70%. Monday night, showers likely, possibly a thunderstorm. Low of 54, 60% chance of rain. Tuesday, showers likely, thunderstorms possible in the afternoon. Mostly cloudy, 73. Tuesday night, showers likely, possibly a thunderstorm, down to 58. Wednesday, showers likely, cloudy with a high near 71. Wednesday night, a 50% chance of showers. And Thursday, a 50% chance of showers. So we have at least a 50% chance of rain every day next week. And a couple of opportunities there for thunderstorms. I have not seen anything that would suggest a major severe weather outbreak next week, but we really kind of got to get this storm system out of the way tonight before we start to get any resolution on our next system. So be sure and join me first thing tomorrow morning for our primetime forecast, which may not be first thing tomorrow morning. It may be a little later tomorrow morning before I get that out. Just depends on how long we go tonight. But be sure and join me tomorrow morning for our primetime forecast, and we'll be able to give you what we think is going to happen as far as severe weather next week. So, big shift in the weather pattern. We've been getting a storm system about every 3 or 4 or 5 days. We went a long stretch there with no rain at all. But that pattern's going to change next week. Looks like it's going to rain just about every day. Yeah, you got to watch those animals. Michelle says that she has one dog lying outside, one in the bed, and the youngest one getting a bit antsy, pacing back and forth. You know, animals know a whole lot more than us humans do. I think, I've always thought that, especially when it comes to weather. I think they can see things and hear things and feel things that humans don't know how to interpret. I really do. I think dogs and cats both. And, you know, if you grew up anywhere around a farm, and I did, matter of fact, I would have been a farmer if my granddaddy had lived another couple of years. He watched the animals religiously, and he was a farmer, big-time farmer. And he believed in watching what the birds and the cows and all of the animals. The way they were acting is the way he went with preparation for weather, and he wasn't caught off guard very often. I will never get tired of somebody asking questions. The only thing I say, folks, and the only thing I'll tell you is this. When we have severe weather, ongoing severe weather, I'm going to talk about where that weather is. If I'm not talking about your town, that means you have nothing to worry about at the moment. That's the only thing that that I'll tell you that gets a little bit frustrating when we've got a couple of tornado warnings ongoing or a severe thunderstorm ongoing, and I'm spending all of my time talking about those particular areas. And then folks continuously ask about a certain location. I can't answer those questions when we actually have ongoing severe weather. Rest assured that if your location is under any type of severe weather threat, I'm going to be talking about it. I mean, I'm going to tell you. I'm not going to let Lafayette sit down here with a tornado coming through, and I'm up here in Ashland talking about a tornado up there. I'm going to be switching back and forth between both of those locations, or if we have 3 or 4 going at the same time, I'm going to be rotating amongst all of those different locations on a fairly rapid basis because we have viewers in all those locations, and that holds true for any community across East Alabama or West Georgia. I can assure you that if you're in our coverage area, you're going to know about it when severe weather threatens your community because we're going to be talking about it here on Dr. Don's Weather. So the question is there a lot of lightning in these storms coming through Alexander City? And honestly, I don't see very much lightning at all with this line of storms down here in Alexander City. Let me go in. There's Alexander City. The main line is just now coming through Weguffka back over in Coosa County, and the only lightning strike I see in this frame is one strike, and that was over here just east of I-65, just north of Jemison. Now, that's in the last couple of 2 or 3 minutes. So we're not seeing a tremendous amount of lightning output with this line of storms at the moment. The more alarming thing looking at this is the rainfall rate. We're talking that is reflectivity intensification numbers right there, and we're talking 50s, mid 50s, upper 50s, where you see those peaks, and that's just extremely heavy rainfall right there. And to be quite honest with you, this line is not moving that fast. So this is dumping copious amounts of rain all along this line as it moves off to the east. So the biggest threat right here along this line right now is going to be gusty winds and just torrential amounts of rainfall coming into Coosa County. So the National Weather Service now has canceled the tornado watch for Calhoun, Marengo, Perry, and Talladega. So Talladega County, you're now in the clear, and it expires the tornado watch for Autauga, Chilton, Clay, Cleburne, Coosa, and Dallas. So we just lost the tornado watch. So there you go. That is good news. Let me zoom out. And in just a few moments, we'll see that pink flashing outline disappear off the screen because the Weather Service has canceled the watch for Calhoun, Marengo, Perry, and Talladega, and they expired the watch for Autauga, Chilton, Clay, Cleburne, Coosa, and Dallas. And that'll clear off the screen here in just a few moments. So that means that we no longer have a threat of tornadic activity across East Alabama. And here's a statement from the Weather Service. At this time, we do not believe that there's going to be a need for a watch further downstream from the current watch. The instability has certainly decreased, and wind speeds are coming down with the line. And in other words, after the line passes, the wind speeds are coming down. The better part of the energy has lifted out well to the north. And if you were with me earlier, you heard me talk about the fact that the parent low pressure system that this cold front is anchored to was over Oklahoma this time last night and has been steadily moving to the northeast ever since. So that parent low pressure system has now moved well to the north and northeast of Alabama and Georgia, and that's where the majority of the energy was focused, and that's moving away from us. So the further that low pressure gets away from us, the fact that we've lost the heating of the day, this line of thunderstorms has just been losing a good bit of energy and weakening as it moves into East Alabama. So now the National Weather Service feels like there's no need to continue the tornado watch, or there's no need to extend it further to the east. So we no longer have this tornado watch in effect for East Alabama or West Georgia, and we should see that go away here at any moment. Let's see, and there we go. So tornado watch has either been canceled or expired for East Alabama. That's not to say that it's not going to be stormy as this line moves through. I mean, you got some copious amounts of rain falling now. From near the Anniston-Oxford exit on I-20, down across Mount Cheahaw, into northwestern Clay, down to just west of Lineville, just west of Ashland, right down the stair step between Talladega and Clay County. And then that stretches across northwestern Coosa County down to around Clanton, and then on down into northwest Autauga County, and to a point there across Highway 80 near Selma, and that continues on down into southwest Alabama and extreme southeastern Mississippi. One thing the Weather Service will have to keep an eye on, though, see these cellular storms that are popping up down here in southeast Alabama, right along the Alabama-Georgia state line. They're going to have to kind of keep an eye on that because this atmosphere down here is still pretty juicy. Places like Albany, Montezuma, maybe even over here around Macon, Dublin, Fitzgerald, Valdosta, Bainbridge, later tonight into tomorrow morning. I wouldn't anticipate a major flare-up of severe weather, but anytime we start to see these singular storms forming down here, you got to kind of keep an eye on that. But now that we have lost the tornado watch, we have no watches or warnings in effect for any county in the state of Alabama. The only advisory we have out there now is going to be a special weather statement that stretches up here in North Georgia. Let me switch back over to Atlanta for just a minute. This is a special weather statement from really right there at my house. I live about right there where you see the cursor. And it stretches all the way back down to around Bremen and back over to the Alabama state line and then back up to around Jasper. So the Weather Service is covering this entire line in Georgia with a special weather statement, and that'll continue to move to the east and to the southeast as that line of storms continues to move down. And then we look way up here in Tennessee and North Carolina. We see a couple of special weather statements up there. Just a lot of heavy rain across North Georgia. It's going to be, are y'all ready for this? A rainy night in Georgia. And it's going to seem like it's raining all over the world, including East Alabama. Well, I just keep tying it in there, don't I? So, yeah, windy, rainy, occasional stroke of lightning, thunder every now and then, but the severe weather threat seems to have subsided across East Alabama, West Georgia, and even up into North Georgia, just as we expected, as this line of thunderstorms has continued to move off to the east this evening. So it's 8:37, and what I plan on doing is taking this for we'll take it up to about 8:45 Central. So we got about 8 minutes left on our broadcast. So if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, or anything you want to talk to me about, go ahead and put your comments in the chat room because we're going to wrap this thing up here in about 8 minutes or so. I appreciate all the kind comments in there. Yeah, Chance, I got about 7 minutes left, and I'm going to drop the mic. I certainly am. I am one wore-out puppy dog. It has been a long day. The overnight low tonight for East Alabama, we're talking yeah, low 40s, upper 30s at best, so we're not going to get anywhere near freezing. Up here in North Georgia, Northeast Georgia, north of probably north of about Gainesville, there's a slight chance the higher elevations could have a few slick spots on the roadways in the morning, but it should not be a major problem. And in East Alabama and West Georgia, you're talking low 40s, upper 30s at best. So no problems there with any ice on the highways, or there shouldn't be. Again, some of you folks who are on Facebook, I can't tell who you are. It just says Facebook user. But here's a comment that says, thanks for all that you do. It was nice spending the evening with you. Well, same to you. We enjoy doing this and helping folks, especially you folks who have a little weather anxiety, helping you get through this. That's what we do. We enjoy doing it. Thank you, Sherry Smith. I appreciate your kind words. No, nothing to worry about for Ashland. You've got some heavy rain moving through right now. Heavy rain, windy, maybe occasional lightning. But Clay County was under a tornado watch that has just expired. So no worries there in Ashland. We do have a special weather statement that's just been issued by the National Weather Service. And this is going to be from Ashland up to Lineville, up to Delta, up to around Mount Cheahaw, up in Cleburne County, and then back over into Randolph County. So I'll read the text of this to you. The National Weather Service has issued a special weather statement. Strong thunderstorms will impact portions of northern Randolph, Cleburne, and northeastern Clay counties through 9:15 p.m. That's a special weather statement for Clay, Cleburne, and Randolph until about 9:15. You see that blue dotted line there. If you live, and let me zoom in a little bit closer. That blue dotted line's hard to see. Maybe that's a little better for you. Basically, from Wedowee over to Ashland, and then back up to just north of Heflin, over to the Alabama-Georgia state line, and then back down to about Big Springs. If you're inside of that polygon, a special weather statement has been issued for this line of thunderstorms as it moves off to the east and to the northeast, and it should take a track very similar to those red areas there that I just put on the screen. That would mean that well, that's not even picking up some of our Alabama counties, so we're going to try to do this maybe a little differently. Let's bear with me just a second. All right, let's do it like this. Storm motion 77, that's about right there, 63 miles per hour. Like so. All right, so now we're talking Woodland in about 10 minutes, Bowden in about 14 minutes, Mount Zion in 16, Carrollton in about 22 minutes, Villarica in about 31 minutes, Douglasville in 40 minutes, Lithia Springs in about 46 minutes, Fairburn in about 49 minutes, and Mableton in about 50 minutes. That's the heaviest part. Now, this entire line is going to move across East Alabama, but look right there where you see that bow. Okay, now we're good. Looking back at the line of storms, you see right there where it kind of bows out a little bit. That's the heaviest part of this line of storms. And there may be a little wind involved in it. There could be a little hail right there. It's going to be below severe limits. But this part of the line is going to be the strongest of the entire line. And so that's why they're issuing a special weather statement to cover that right there. It is below severe limits, so we may stay with this a little bit longer now since they've issued a special weather statement. So we'll plan on writing this at least another 10 minutes or so, and just to make sure this doesn't get upgraded. Well, Roanoke's asking whether or not they can go to bed. You don't have a tornado watch, and you don't have any, we don't have a thunderstorm watch or warning or anything like that. And that part of the line that's going to come through Roanoke does not appear to be severe. So, yeah, I think it's safe to go to bed. But make sure you have some way of being alerted in the event that something changes. If you don't have any way of being alerted, if you don't have an app on your phone, if you don't have a NOAA weather radio, then probably the safest thing to do is to stay up until this line passes Roanoke. But if you have some way of receiving weather information, I think you're safe to go ahead and go to bed, even if you're ahead of this line. White County. Wow, that's different. Let's go up here to White County, Georgia. That just happens to be where the doctor is located, up here in the extreme southwest corner of White County. We have a special weather statement from the National Weather Service at Peachtree City that's covering this every county in the wake of this line of thunderstorms. I don't think it's going to quite make it up to White County. But as you can see, from just west of Cleveland all the way back to the Alabama state line, we have a lot of rain and pockets of very heavy rainfall. So it's going to be raining in White County for quite some time, at least another couple of hours, maybe another 2 to 3 hours before we can get the backside of this through. Windy, rainy, just a rainy night in Georgia. For White County, but I don't think we're looking at anything severe up here. Okay, well, if you've got a weather radio, you're good. Make sure that thing's working. Hit that little bar on your weather radio. Make sure you can hear the weather transmission. And if you've got a weather radio, then I would feel safe in calling it a night. And getting some Z's. Clay County, just some heavy rain right now. You do have a special weather statement for this portion of the storm that is still in Clay County from about Lineville over to the Randolph County county line, and then up to around Delta. I'm tired, folks. So bear with me. So yeah, for Northeast Clay, you're still under a special weather statement. But nothing severe, just very heavy rainfall, gusty winds, and maybe an occasional stroke of lightning. And the same thing for the northern half of Randolph from just south of Wedowee up to the north. Right now, the heaviest part of that storm is in northwest Randolph, and that continues on up into Cleburne County from just east of Mount Cheehaw back over to about Ranburne and then up to around Muscadine up there just north of I-20. Carroll County, look to your west. That line of storms is still over in Alabama. It's going to eventually move into Carroll County. The part of the storm that they're issuing the special weather statement for will make it. That'll be the part of the storm that will move into Carroll County. So you're going to have some pretty heavy weather here in the next 30 to 45 minutes, though at the moment it is below severe limits. But you can expect some heavy rainfall and gusty winds over in Carroll County as well. Elmore County, do I think we'll see anything severe down there? No. I don't. Let me go back to Birmingham. I mean, this line of storms has still got to come through Elmore County. I mean, it's over in western Autauga County now. So it's still got to clear Prattville, and then it'll get over into Millbrook and Wetumpka, and eventually over here into Eclectic. And that is a respectable line of thunderstorms, but the Weather Service is not issuing anything on it, and we have not seen anything in this region as far as severe weather now for close to an hour. So, anytime you've got a line of thunderstorms coming through, the chance is not zero. But the pattern over the last couple of hours has been for this line of thunderstorms to continue weakening. And since the Weather Service allowed the tornado watch to expire, then we have to take that as they're agreeing with what we're seeing, and that this line of storms is slowly weakening as it moves off to the east. So overall, I would not anticipate severe weather down in Elmore County, though I can't sit here and tell you that there's zero chance, if that makes sense. The little yellow spinning circles on the map, those are mesocycles. That's rotation. Quite often that's up in the upper levels of the atmosphere. That's not at the ground. A thunderstorm by definition rotates. So just because you see rotation in a thunderstorm doesn't mean that you have a tornado. It just means that you have a rotating column of air in that thunderstorm or somewhere along that line of showers. I don't see any mesocycles out there right now. And they pop up and then they go away and then they'll pop back up. That is one thing you look at, but that's certainly not all you look at when you're looking for tornadic thunderstorms. Just a mesoscale is not an indication of a tornado. Newell, Alabama in the house. Again, we have a special weather statement in effect for Cleburne, northern Randolph, and extreme northeastern Clay for this line of thunderstorms. And I'll tell you, the heaviest part of this is now in Randolph County from right there along Highway 48 to the north. I'll take you in a little bit closer. Just north of Lake Wedowee, up there in the Liberty community, up here around Folsom. Right there along 431, just south of Folsom, we may have a little bit of hail crossing over 431. That stretches all the way back over to Newell. Down here in the southern part of Randolph, from Rock Stand down to Malone, then back up to Lake Wedowee, that's just mostly moderate rain. And then down here around Roanoke, we just have some light rain going on right now. But you folks down here in southern and central Randolph, look back over here in Clay, you got some heavy rain coming your way. It's going to be some gusty winds involved with that as well, but for the moment that doesn't look severe. Very heavy rainfall in downtown Ashland, stretching back over to Chambers Springs. And then Millerville, getting some heavy rain right now. Mountain Community, I know we have a lot of folks that watch us there. You've got some more heavy rain coming. Going back down the line, we have heavy rain in Goodwater, Stewartville, Hanover. Moderate rain down here in Alexander City. Some really heavy rainfall there along 231 south of Hanover and just to the west of Hyssop. And that stretches back down Highway 22 back over in Coosa County at Kelly Crossroads. And that goes on down into Chilton County to places like Clanton, the Enterprise community of Chilton County, which is where the strength side of the family is from, by the way. And then on down just west of I-65 and just east of Billingsley, some very heavy rainfall in Autauga County. And that will extend on down to Highway 14 just west of Autaugaville. And then on into Dallas County down there around Selma. And that line continues all the way down to Thomasville and even on down into southwest Alabama to just northwest of Chatham down there in Washington County. But as you can see, when I zoom out so that you can see the entire line across Alabama and Georgia, let me go all the way to the Tennessee state line. So there's the entire line from northeast Georgia all the way through central and east Alabama, southwest Alabama, and down into southeast Mississippi. There is not the first warning anywhere along this line. We do have a couple of special weather statements up here on the north end, but no severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings, no tornado watches. The heaviest lightning output right now is going to be down here in southwest Alabama. And then a couple of strikes there in Autauga County just north of Montgomery. Very little lightning output up here in northeast Alabama. A couple of strikes there in northern Clay and over in northern Randolph. Heaviest part of the Randolph segment of this storm now is just west, a little bit southwest of Newell, between Newell and Foster's Crossroads, right there where you see those pinks. That's the heaviest part of this storm. Continuing to move off to the east-northeast, so Newell, this is going to move right over you. You folks up here in Graham, Bucktown up there on 100. The heaviest part of this storm is headed in your direction. But again, it is the heaviest part of the storm, but it's below severe limits. So not a whole lot to worry about there other than some gusty winds and some pretty heavy rainfall. Cleveland, Georgia's fine. There's no reason to be afraid up here in North Georgia. Let me go back to the... Let me switch back to Atlanta. And there we go. This is where I'm located, Jason, in case you didn't know that. I'm originally from East Alabama, but I live in White County now. There's Cleveland. He's in Cleveland, so he's asking about Cleveland. And there's the Dr. Don Studios way down here in southwest White County, right on the Hall County, White County, Lumpkin County line, up on the side of Waka Mountain, if you know where that's at. So here's Cleveland, and right now you just have some light to moderate rain across Cleveland. The only weather advisory in the state of Georgia is southwest of Cleveland, down here from about Dahlonega down to the Hall County line. And that's just a special weather statement for places like Dahlonega, Dawsonville, Ball Ground. And that'll move southeast, so that won't even hardly make it up here into White County. I mean, it may, but this is not severe. It's well below severe limits, so... There's nothing to be concerned about up here in Cleveland, Georgia, or anywhere across North Georgia, really, other than the wind. Now, the wind is still pretty nasty out there, and we knew that was going to happen whether we had thunderstorms or not. It's just the weather setup that we have today. But as far as tornadoes or severe thunderstorms, nothing to be concerned about up in White County. Yeah, winds are rough. I mean, I'm sitting up on the side of this mountain just south, about 12 miles southwest of Cleveland, on the side of Waka Mountain, Piney Mountain, off of 115 near the Tomato House. I'm sure you know where that's at. That's where I'm broadcasting from. And let me go check my wind speeds right quick. And we've got some so far. Now understand we're on the north facing side of the mountain, so the wind's coming out of the west southwest at the moment. So we're a little bit protected where I am. But we've already had a wind gust of 24 miles per hour here on the side of Walker Mountain. So it is pretty gusty out here as well, and that's pretty common all across Alabama and Georgia tonight, and that's because of that low-level jet that is dipping down across East Alabama and West Georgia. So, yeah, we certainly could have some trees come down, and you know what happens when trees fall. They conveniently bring power lines with them, so, yeah, power outages will certainly be possible for the remainder of the night. But severe weather in the sense of things such as tornadoes and damaging straight line winds really should not be a problem up there in White County. You're welcome, Jason. And you know, there's nothing to be apprehensive about with this storm system. And as long as you're informed and you know what's going on, you can protect yourself. There's really no real reason to be apprehensive about any severe weather event. You need to be weather aware, and you're watching us, so you are weather aware. So if a warning were to be issued, which in this case it's probably not going to, but the next event and you're watching, a warning is issued for your area, then you take the precautionary measures to protect yourself and your family, and you'll be fine. It's the folks who have no earthly idea what's going on around them that typically get injured or even worse, lose their life during times of severe weather. Most of the cases, that's what happens. They didn't know what was happening, and they didn't take precautionary measures to protect themselves, and they found themselves in a bad situation, didn't even know it was coming. Swag, Alabama, and Randolph County. Yeah, wind should be pretty rough there in Swag. That line is moving through there now. Central Hatchie over in West Georgia. That line is about to move through your area as we speak, so winds will be picking up over there. Rain will intensify as that line moves through West Georgia. And so Jennifer's giving us good news. She's saying that really the only thing that happened at her location in Heflin was that her dish went out. That was from the heavy rainfall rates and a few lightning strikes. So, yeah. You know, in right there at Heflin, all we have is a special weather statement. So I wouldn't expect anything too bad along that line, but that's a good report, Jennifer. Thank you. It's always great to hear from you guys when a thunderstorm passes through your area, so we can kind of judge what the ground truth reports from you, how it matches up with what we're seeing on the radar, so we can warn folks downstream of what they can expect. So thank you, Jennifer, for giving us that report. And anytime you're watching our coverage here, once the line passes over you, please give us feedback on what you experienced as the storm moved through. That helps us forecast, and it helps us warn the folks downstream from the storm. It's very much appreciated. So question about the winds in the Valley, Lynette area as the line moves through. You know, we're talking wind gust, sustained winds of 10 to 15, maybe 20, and then wind gust upwards of 25 to 35 miles per hour are possible. I think the winds have come down just a little bit, though, in the last hour or so. So, you know, the upper end of that being 35, I'd probably 25 to 30 would be expected with the passage of the front. But understand the thunderstorms is not where your wind's coming from. Your wind's coming from the low-level jet that's kind of draped across East Alabama, and also from the pressure gradient, because we're caught between a low-pressure and high-pressure system. So, the winds may intensify a little bit as the line comes through, but it's just going to be a windy night across East Alabama and West Georgia anyway. Did Tracy make you a cake? I'm sorry. No. Producer Tracy has not made me a cake. That's a grand idea, though. See if we can make that happen. Let's see here. Heavy rain in Alexander City. Yeah, this line is about to move into Alex City. You got a little heavy rain preceding the front, and then the line itself is knocking on your door there in Alexander City. Rodney is asking the question, will I get to haul my concrete in Wedowee, Alabama tomorrow? Absolutely. If your forms didn't wash away tonight, you should be able to haul concrete tomorrow in Wedowee. Is there a bad thunderstorm? Well, Ethan, I'm going to need a little more information there. Number one, I need to know where you are. There is a line of thunderstorms moving through East Alabama, but it's below severe limits right now. So you'll experience some wind and some rain, maybe even a clap of thunder, but I would not classify it as bad in that it is severe. All right, so Ben's telling us that south of the Millerville area off of Highway 9, the line has seemed to have passed there. And yes, I would concur with that, Ben. The line has passed you. Reporting wind and hard rain, but less rain now, and the DirecTV signal is back. That's the important thing. Got your TV back. All right, so Ethan is in Woodland. You got a line of thunderstorms moving into Woodland right now, as a matter of fact. But, you should experience some heavy rain, some gusty winds, maybe a clap of thunder every now and then, but it's below severe limits. A lot of folks watching us in Woodland, I know what's happening. You got that heavy rain and wind in Woodland, and everybody's turning their phones on and checking us out. That's cool. We appreciate it. Marston's Crossroads reporting heavy rain. That wind is horrible. This whole house is shaking. Y'all hang on just 1 second. Okay, had to do a little maintenance right quick. We're good. So we're waiting for this this line of thunderstorms to clear our coverage area. Again, folks, it's not severe. It is a special weather statement. I've already closed the window if that's where you're going. So everything on the front porch just blew off into the woods. What you're saying? How many cats did we lose? Just 2? That's all. We have plenty to spare. That was producer Tracy in the background. She was advising that everything on the front porch just blew off into the wild blue yonder. It is. This wind is horrible. I mean, it's been windy all day, but I mean, it's just ferocious out there right now. All right, so it's very rainy and windy in the Ava Marston's Crossroads. Um, really bad in the Swag area. Graham, you've got some very heavy rainfall coming into your area. Should be there now. Rainy and windy. Understand, folks, when the heavy rain moves in, it can transport some of those heavy winds from the upper levels of the atmosphere down to the surface. It's not so much that the thunderstorm is causing the wind, it's pulling the wind down from that low-level jet that's hanging across East Alabama and West Georgia. Not that it makes any difference. Wind is wind, regardless of where it comes from. Just trying to explain where it's coming from. There's not a tornado in the storm that's causing the wind, I guess, is the point I'm trying to make. Small hail in Hackneyville. Thanks, Rachel. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you guys have tuned in to us. She says that when we hear wind like this here, we jump on to you, Dr. Don. I appreciate that. I'm glad I'm the first thing you think of. Kay's reporting heavy rain now in the mountain community. That's over in Clay County. Rain, a little wind so far in Alexander City. Heavy rain and wind in Newell. Lots of rain in Jackson's Gap. Corina's asking the question about Jackson Gap, and do I see anything severe in the future? I do not. As a matter of fact, this is it for you. The main line has not made it to Jackson's Gap just yet. Make sure we're looking at the last loop here. Yep. The main line has not made it down to Jackson Gap just yet. Let me zoom in. There's Jackson's Gap. Now, you've got the leading edge of it's just now making it into Jackson's Gap. So you've got moderate rain. Back up here around Alexander City, it's heavier than what you have now. That is coming your way. But I don't anticipate anything severe. Just gusty winds and very heavy rainfall. Again, I'll tell you, just like I've told everybody else, if you are along or out in front of this line, I think you're safe to go ahead and go to bed as long as you have some reliable way of being alerted in the event that something changes and a warning is issued. If you have a NOAA weather radio or if you have a good app on your phone that will wake you up, then I think you're safe to go ahead and go to bed. If not, then probably the course of least regret would be to stay with us until this line passes your area. Got some lightning showing up now along that line just east of Ashland. Going to be just to the right of 77, right there along 77. Really from Mountain Community all the way back up to the Lineville area. We have several strikes of lightning there, and that's going to move on over into Randolph County. I'll see folks down here in Wadley, Malone, Dickert, Cornhouse Creek, back over at Broughton Ridge. You've got this line of thunderstorms about to move into western Randolph County. Again, it's not severe, but you're going to have probably 15 to 20 minutes of gusty winds, heavy rain, an occasional stroke of lightning. Thank you, Megan Moore. Appreciate you. Thanks, Nancy Wilson. Yeah, Jason, that wind just came through here, and I got to tell you, it was there for about 5 minutes. It was pretty impressive. Yeah, G Meemaw is doing good. She is safe downstairs watching the television. She's doing good. Thank you, Leanne Williams. I appreciate the kind words. I've been at this a long, long time. Well, most of my career. Not doing it this particular way, but in some shape, form, or fashion, I've been doing this a long time, and it never gets old hearing from you guys. So don't think that. Keep the comments coming. We like to know that you guys are out there and that we're doing you some good when this kind of stuff happens. Rain seems to be increasing, and it is, according to radar, in the Alexander City area, Hackneyville. Thanks for that report, Tammy. Bottom just fell out in Graham. Thank you, Jordan. Jake says very heavy rain and gusty winds in Ashland. Reports of very high wind in Graham, very heavy rainfall. Miss Kay says that she may have to crank up the Evinrude to get to work in the morning. She's over in the mountain community. I can relate. Jake's reporting strong winds in Carrollton. Winds are blowing. I'm thinking that's supposed to be like a hurricaneator on Potash Ridge Tin Shop. Hey, Producer Tracy, you know what a hurricaneator is? I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's a cross between a hurricane and a tornado. Yeah, hurricaneator. I like that. I may have to coin that phrase. That's pretty good. Dishes out in the mountain community. That's how you can always tell you got a heavy rain outside. That's called rain fade. It'll come back. Jamie's reporting very strong winds in Graham. Thank you, Brenda. Brenda Morton, thank you for your kind words. You're welcome, Tammy. Thank you. There's my buddy from Jackson County, down in Jefferson, Georgia. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence Dees. Folks, give Lawrence a round of applause right there. During the snowstorm that we had about a month ago, had it not been for Lawrence, I would have been sitting in the dark. And I appreciate you, buddy. So he's reporting the winds of about 27 miles per hour in Jefferson. That's in Jackson County, Georgia. That's just south of Commerce. I know a lot of you folks in East Alabama know where Commerce, Georgia is, out there on I-85. That's where the outlet malls are. So that's the general area where Lawrence is reporting from this evening. And prayers for Pigeon Forge. So Yeah, I heard a little bit about that before I went live this afternoon. I had not had a chance to really look into that. Apparently, we have a wildfire up there around Pigeon Forge, and that's bad. Um, hadn't been that long ago. Gatlinburg dealt with the same thing. So prayers for Pigeon Forge. Mallory's reporting high winds in Alexander City. Now Lawrence is saying he's hit 31 miles per hour in Jefferson. That's pretty strong. Strong winds in Alexander City. Things should start improving fairly quick down there, Mellow Valley. This was not a long duration storm. You're looking at, 15, 20 minutes, maybe a little longer in some areas the further south you go because the line's a little bit wider. But across Clay and most of Randolph, 15, 20 minutes and the line will be done. Let me check and see what my peak wind gust has been so far, because we had a gust of wind here just a few moments ago. And like I said earlier, I'm kind of protected where we're located because our mountain is kind of like a horseshoe, and we're right in the bend of that horseshoe on the north side of the mountain. So when the wind comes out of the west or the southwest, the mountain pretty much blocks us. If the wind comes out of the north or northwest, then we catch it full force. So the highest wind gust I have recorded, and this is 30 feet off the ground at the top of my tower, about halfway up the side of this mountain. The highest I have recorded so far has been 16.2 miles per hour, which is, that's respectable, but it's not as high as I would have expected because it shook the whole house. Going back in on Randolph County for just a few moments. We got some really heavy stuff out here on Highway 48. Highway 48 from Wedowee all the way back to the Clay County line. Just a horrible ride right now. Just torrential rainfall on Lake Wedowee. That stretches all the way down to R.L. Harris Reservoir, down to just east of Cragford, down to where 77 comes out of Clay County into Randolph. Very heavy rainfall down there. All across the northern half of Randolph County, too. Places like Newell, up there around Graham, Woodland, just north of Potash. We've got some heavy rain up there. Big Springs, Napoleon. And that stretches over into West Georgia, Ephesus, Red Oak, Central Hatchie, and then up into Carroll County, Bucktown, Tyus, Rootville, Chapel Heights, Bowden, Carrollton, Hickory Heights, all of these areas, Abilene, all of these areas, very heavy rainfall at this hour. And that goes all the way up to I-20, up to around Villa Rica and Temple, and back over toward Bremen. But you see how thin the line gets from the Randolph County, Clay County line, then down into northern Tallapoosa, all the way back down to around Alexander City. So it won't take long at all for that piece to come through your area. This stuff up here around Wedowee is going to take a little bit longer because it's wider. And then as we get south of Alexander City, the overall width of the band of storms seems to increase a little bit down here in Elmore County and Autauga County too. So heavy rain about to move into Prattville. Things should start improving in the next 10 minutes or so across Alexander City. Jessica says it doesn't come a flood at Gold Ridge. That's right, Miss K. That means the rain is moving out if your dish came back. Thank you, Matthew. At least we know that comms in Randolph County is in better shape now that the West Fire repeater went back in service today. Yeah, Big Springs, you're right on the southern edge of it. Let me go back up here to Randolph. There you are, Big Springs. The heavy rain is to the north of you, and it's to the west of you. And it's moving in your general direction, so your rain rates will start to pick up here in the next few minutes. So the only advisory we still have out there is a special weather statement, and that's going to be up here around Ephesus, the northwest corner of Heard County, back up into Carroll. The National Weather Service office out of Peachtree City has issued a special weather statement for this segment of the storm. Randolph County, they have dropped the special weather statement for Randolph, though I know it's still storming. You're under no watches or advisories or warnings in Randolph, even down into Tallapoosa County. Clay County, the heaviest part of this is now moving out of the county. That line is crossing the Tallapoosa River and is right there on top of Wadley, Southern Union, Corinth community. It'll continue moving on to the east. So County Road 26, Broughton Ridge, the heaviest part of this is about to move through your area, but we're well below severe limits. I know it's raining big time in Wadley right now, but this line of storms is not severe. You will have some gusty winds. Shouldn't last all that long down here in Wadley because that section or segment of this line is not very wide there. Then as we look on down the line, we got to go way down here in southwest Alabama before we see any more weather statements from the Weather Service, and that would be down here from about Camden down to Monroeville, Jackson, Thomasville, stretching on down to Centinel just north of Mobile and back into southeastern Mississippi. The Weather Service covering that entire segment of the line with a special weather statement. So, folks, that's what we're looking at this evening. Again, nothing severe. Just a strong line of showers and thunder showers as they continue to move off to the east across East Alabama and West Georgia. Power flickering near Marston's Crossroads. All right, so I'm going to step aside and take another quick break. I want to stay with this just a few more minutes. At least until we lose that special weather statement there in our West Georgia counties. It's 9:27. Central, 1027 Eastern. You're watching live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather. Ordinarily, we would have already left this because our criteria to do severe weather coverage typically is a severe thunderstorm watch or warning or a tornado watch or warning. But since we've carried this thing this far and we're not far away from getting all this out of our area, we're going to hang in here a little bit longer with this for you this evening. But I'm going to step aside just for a second and take a break. I'll lead the feed up, and we will put the radar in motion for you so you can get a general sense of the direction of the motion here. And I'll be back with you in just a few moments. Stay with us as our live severe weather coverage continues on Dr. Don's Weather. You're watching live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather. Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and DrDonWX.com. Our wall-to-wall coverage will continue in a moment. While we're taking a short break, please consider supporting Dr. Don's Weather by going to DrDonWX.com and click on the donate button. The link will also be placed in the chat room of this live stream. Please share Dr. Don's Weather with your friends on social media and ask them to share with their friends. Dr. Don's severe weather coverage is powered by Southern Union State Community College. In the Alpha Weather Center, Jamie Dukas, your local Alpha agent. Our partners include Finch Realty, Auction 431 South, Made in the South, Bama Diesel Repair, Anchor Roofing, Jimmy Stevens Construction, Genesis Weight Clinic, Town of Wadley, WFAZ, God's Country 90.9 FM, and WJHO, The Classic 89.7. If you have questions, comments, or concerns, please post them in the chat room, and I'll return momentarily. You're watching live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather. Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and DrDonWX.com. Our wall-to-wall coverage will continue in a moment. While we're taking a short break, please consider supporting Dr. Don's Weather by going to DrDonWX.com and click on the donate button. The link will also be placed in the chat room of this live stream. Please share Dr. Don's Weather with your friends on social media and ask them to share with their friends. Dr. Don's severe weather coverage is powered by Southern Union State Community College. In the Alpha Weather Center, Jamie Dukas, your local Alpha agent. Our partners include Finch Realty, Auction 431 South, Made in the South, Bama Diesel Repair, Anchor Roofing, Jimmy Stevens Construction, Genesis Weight Clinic, Town of Wadley, WFAZ, God's Country 90.9 FM, and WJHO, The Classic 89.7. If you have questions, comments, or concerns, please post them in the chat room, and I'll return momentarily. You're watching live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather. Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and DrDonWX.com. Our wall-to-wall coverage will continue in a moment. While we're taking a short break, please consider supporting Dr. Don's Weather by going to DrDonWX.com and click on the donate button. The link will also be placed in the chat room of this live stream. Please share Dr. Don's Weather with your friends on social media and ask them to share with their friends. Dr. Don's severe weather coverage is powered by Southern Union State Community College. In the Alpha Weather Center, Jamie Dukas, your local Alpha agent. Our partners include Finch Realty, Auction 431 South, Made in the South, Bama Diesel Repair, Anchor Roofing, Jimmy Stevens Construction, Genesis Weight Clinic, Town of Wadley, WFAZ, God's Country 90.9 FM, and WJHO, The Classic 89.7. If you have questions, comments, or concerns, please post them in the chat room, and I'll return momentarily. watching live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and drdonwx.com. Our wall-to-wall coverage will continue in a moment. While we're taking a short break, please consider supporting Dr. Don's Weather by going to drdonwx.com and click on the donate button. The link will also be placed in the chat room of this live stream. Please share Dr. Don's Weather with your friends on social media and ask them to share with their friends. Dr. Don's severe weather coverage is powered by Southern Union State Community College. In the Alpha Weather Center, Jamie Dukas, your local Alpha agent. Our partners include Finch Realty, Auction 431 South, Made in the South, Bama Diesel Repair, Anchor Roofing, Jimmy Stevens Construction, Genesis Weight Clinic, Town of Wadley, WFAZ, God's Country 90.9 FM, and WJHO, The Classic 89.7. If you have questions, comments, or concerns, please post them in the chat room, and I'll return momentarily. You're watching live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and drdonwx.com. Our wall-to-wall coverage will continue in a moment. While we're taking a short break, please consider supporting Dr. Don's Weather by going to drdonwx.com and click on the donate button. The link will also be placed in the chat room of this live stream. Please share Dr. Don's Weather with your friends on social media and ask them to share with their friends. Dr. Don's severe weather coverage is powered by Southern Union State Community College. In the Alpha Weather Center, Jamie Dukas, your local Alpha agent. Our partners include Finch Realty, Auction 431 South, Made in the South, Bama Diesel Repair, Anchor Roofing, Jimmy Stevens Construction, Genesis Weight Clinic, Town of Wadley, WFAZ, God's Country 90.9 FM, and WJHO, The Classic 89.7. If you have questions, comments, or concerns, please post them in the chat room, and I'll return momentarily. You're watching live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and drdonwx.com. Our wall-to-wall coverage will continue in a moment. While we're taking a short break, please consider supporting Dr. Don's Weather by going to drdonwx.com and click on the donate button. The link will also be placed in the chat room of this live stream. Please share Dr. Don's Weather with your friends on social media and ask them to share with their friends. Dr. Don's severe weather coverage is powered by Southern Union State Community College. In the Alpha Weather Center, Jamie Dukas, your local Alpha agent. Our partners include Finch Realty, Auction 431 South, Made in the South, Bama Diesel Repair, Anchor Roofing, Jimmy Stevens Construction, Genesis Weight Clinic, Town of Wadley, WFAZ, God's Country 90.9 FM, and WJHO, The Classic 89.7. And welcome back, East Alabama and West Georgia, wherever you may be watching this evening, all across, actually anywhere in the whole wide world. As long as you have internet access, we welcome you to our broadcast this evening. And we appreciate all the fine folks that are posting in the chat room, all the kind words that you're saying here. We appreciate that. A lot of questions. We got a lot of folks listening to us over in Georgia now. Maybe a lot of folks in Loganville. I've had several questions about that this evening. Still got a ways to go before this line makes it into the Atlanta Metro and the Loganville area. I mean, the leading edge of it now is out there around Six Flags, maybe coming into West Atlanta. Loganville being back over here on I-20. So probably a good hour, maybe an hour and 15 or 20 minutes before we see this storm system make it in over there in the Loganville area. Let me switch back to the Atlanta radar. just for a second. That will take just a minute for it to load. There we go. Yeah, there you go, Loganville. Nothing over there right now, but I know it's windy. That's the winds that are out ahead of this main line of thunderstorms. But probably another hour to hour and a half before it makes it into that area. The line of thunderstorms is weakening as it moves east. So I would not anticipate severe weather across any sections of Georgia this evening, even though the National Weather Service is covering those counties along that line with a special weather statement. There are no severe weather watches or warnings in effect anywhere in Alabama or Georgia this evening, as this storm has done pretty much what we thought it would do. We told you going into this event we had a higher chance of severe weather across West Alabama into Central Alabama. We had a slight risk, and that's where we saw the tornado warnings earlier this evening. And then just a marginal risk across East Alabama and West Georgia. And that's exactly what this line did. It started weakening when it got into Central Alabama, and by the time it got into East Alabama, it lost all of its severe characteristics. So we really haven't seen that much in the way of severe weather across East Alabama this evening. We did have a couple of tornadoes come through the Tuscaloosa and Birmingham metro areas earlier. The biggest one of concern was that one that came across the southern end of Jefferson County, down there around the Inverness area, the Galleria there along 459. And so that's where we were really concerned. And there are a lot of trees down, and there have been reports of some scattered damages from trees that have fallen on homes and mobile homes. But thankfully, we're not seeing large-scale damage reports out of the Birmingham area or the Tuscaloosa area with these storms that moved through there earlier this evening. So I believe that we're going to have to start a GoFundMe page for Tammy Farr so we can get her some glasses so that she can see the towns here on the on the radar. I've zoomed in a little bit. I know she's asking about Rock Mills, so let me just go down here and we'll go in real tight on far country over here in southeastern Randolph County, and maybe she can see that. You might want to turn your phone sideways so the screen gets a little bigger. You might want to get you an iPad with about a 13-inch screen, or even better yet, Tammy, on your smart television, go to YouTube and search Dr. Don's Weather, and then you can broadcast us on your 75-inch widescreen TV, and you can see the names of the towns a little bit better there on that widescreen television. So just picking at you. Yeah, nothing major going on over there in Randolph County right now. The heavy rain is still back to the west of Roanoke, stretching from Cornhouse Creek down to around Crystal Lake, Broughton Ridge, Friendship Community, down to around Dickard out there on Highway 22, stretching back over toward Wadley. Some very heavy rainfall. There's probably some gusty winds mixed in with the heavier rainfall as it moves east across Randolph County. But nothing severe. That's the good news this evening. We lost all of our weather watches and warnings about an hour ago, and we really haven't seen much in the way of severe weather since. And we're hoping that trend will continue throughout the duration of this event. It's coming up on 9:41 Central, and our plan is to stay with this until we lose all weather statements in our coverage area. And right now, we only have just a small portion of northeastern Heard County that is still covered by a special weather statement. As soon as we lose that, then our coverage is going to be done for the night unless something changes between now and then. So we're just continuing to watch the chat room. If you have any comments, concerns, questions, be glad to answer those for you. So the question is from Jason, who is up here in northeast Georgia. And he's asking, do I think that we are clear in the Cleveland area? He says he is tired and the family wants to go back inside. So I'm confused. Did you take your family outside? I'm picking at you, Jason. Yeah, you're fine up in Cleveland, Georgia. I think you're. Let me go back to the Atlanta radar right quick, and I don't want to tell you something that's not true. The special weather statements in North Georgia cover down here around Gainesville, Lake Lanier, stretching back up into Banks County, southern Habersham, up into portions of Stevens. White County is not covered by any special weather statements. It's going to rain for another couple of hours across White County, the Cleveland area, but you're in the clear from severe weather, so be perfectly fine for you to take the family back inside for whatever that means, and go to bed for the for the remainder of this event. I think you'll be just fine. Okay, so the safe place is outside on a storm cellar. Oh, okay, I'm cool with that. So we go out before the weather. Yeah, I'd pay. That's if you've got a storm cellar, that's exactly where you need to be. So cool stuff. Now you're gonna get wet running inside from the storm shelter back inside, but the threat of severe weather has come to an end across White County, Georgia. Coming down pretty hard right now in the Broughton Ridge area. Thank you, Cassie. And we are getting reports that we're getting hammered off of 431 in Roanoke, Broughton area. That's that heavy rainfall. It's moving into south central Randolph County now. It's not going to last that long, but as that line moves through, you're going to get very heavy rainfall, and you're probably going to get some pretty gusty surface winds as that line passes as well. Heavy rainfall and loud thunder in the tin shop area. Those are some pretty big lightning strikes up there around Woodland, maybe a little bit southeast of Woodland. That's most likely what you're seeing and hearing up there on Broughton Ridge. The heaviest thunder and lightning right now is down here in Elmore County, just north of Eclectic. Alexander City, yes, you're good to go to bed. The main line has passed Alexander City, so you're in the clear. Clay County, you're in the clear. Cleburne is in the clear. In Randolph County, Wadley's okay. Broughton Ridge, yeah, maybe another 5 minutes or so, and you're fine. City of Roanoke, get ready. This line's about to move through the city there, and so it's going to get weather's going to go downhill in the city of Roanoke for about 15 or 20 minutes. Then things will start to improve there as well. Coosa County, you're in the clear. Folks down here in Chambers, we still need to watch this. The leading edge of this line of thunderstorms just now moving into northwest Chambers County. So Lafayette, 5 Points, Buffalo, Stroud, Welch, you got all this to go. And then down there in Lee County, Auburn, Opelika, Notasulga, stretching up to around Valley, Lynette, Hughley, Casita, West Point. This line is still off to your west, so it hasn't moved through that area yet. Again, we have no watches or warnings in effect for this area. I don't anticipate severe weather, but if you're in front of this line of thunderstorms, you do need to remain weather aware until this line passes your area. All right, so we go back up here to the chat room, and thundering and lightning, pouring rain at Lake Martin around Dadeville. Appreciate that. Shonda. Nicole says the wind's picking up in Roanoke and raining hard, especially on the west side of Roanoke. Kimberly, thank you, Kimberly. We appreciate your kind words. And I appreciate you guys supporting us and hanging in here with us all night, too. It means more to me than you guys know. Let's see here. Tuning in from Franklin County, Georgia. I know right where that's at because that happens to be one of my counties. Mainly just wind there. Rain soon to come, it seems. You would be correct, Franklin County. The line of storm still off to your west, so you still have it to go. I'm up here in White County, Georgia, just north of you. And when that line came through here, it was, we had 3 or 4 wind gusts that were just unreal. Literally shook the entire house. Very heavy rainfall. So the wind is the main deal now with this line of thunderstorms. All right, so Miss Vivian says the weather cat's not happy. And so she's wanting to know how long it's going to be before the unstable weather gets to Daviston. Well, it's moving through there now, what you're going to get, which is not a lot. So the main line has already moved through Daviston. So I think the weather cat may start settling down here in just a few minutes. Royston and Hartwell, that's over on the eastern side of Georgia. Way out there. You're right on the South Carolina Georgia state line, so you've still got another hour, maybe hour and a half, before the main line gets over there in East Georgia. Let me go back to the Atlanta radar because we now have a severe thunderstorm warning for Atlanta Metro. Let me check that right quick. Yeah, so we have that line of thunderstorms moving into West Atlanta, just east of Douglasville. So the National Weather Service office down here at Peachtree City has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Atlanta Metro, and that's going to be in effect until those are Central Time, so it'll be in effect until 11:15 Eastern. And that's going to be for places such as Atlanta, Douglasville, Decatur, Smyrna, East Point, Union City, Forest Park, College Park, Fairburn, Chamblee, Doraville, Austell, Hapeville, Lithia Springs, and Midtown. That's a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until 11:15 for Metro Atlanta. So back over here to East Georgia. For you folks asking, actually up here on 85, where 85 goes into South Carolina, that's where Lake Hartwell is. So probably not much longer, about 15 to 20 minutes, the line of storms will make it into your area. But again, we're not talking about anything severe, just a lot of wind and heavy rainfall as that line moves into East Georgia. It's pretty much lined up just north of I-85 right now. So it's knocking on your door up there at Lake Hartwell. And then we look back at East Alabama. And again, we're going to hang in here until we lose that special weather statement for a small area now of northeastern Franklin, Heard County there, just northeast of Franklin. That's the only remaining county in our coverage area that's covered by any special weather statements this evening. And we'll switch back to Birmingham so you can see the southern extent of all of this. Birmingham's good now. It was pretty rough over in Birmingham earlier this evening. Had a couple of tornadoes over there, but everything's good in Birmingham now. They're behind the main line, so there's no further threat of severe weather in Birmingham. All right, we're having trouble with the radar. Let's switch back to level 3, see if we can get it to pop in. There we go. What about Dadeville? We are getting the heaviest part of that line. The leading edge of the line just moved through Dadeville. Probably some hail right there over on the eastern side of Dadeville, right there along 280. So the heaviest part of this storm is moving through Dadeville right now. Again, it's not severe, but I know you got very heavy rainfall, windy conditions, and pretty good lightning show going on right there around Dadeville as well at this time. So, if you're just joining us tonight, we're continuing our live severe weather coverage. Good gracious, we've been going now for a little over 4 hours this evening on our live severe weather coverage brought to you by Alpha. Your local Alpha agent, Jamie Dukas, and the Southern Union State Community College live Doppler weather radar this evening as we continue to bring you severe weather coverage. Again, we've lost all of our watches and warnings. We're just making sure that we don't miss anything, so we're hanging in there until we lose all of the special weather statements for all of our counties, and we only have just a small area there of Heard County that remains under a special weather statement. As soon as that is allowed to expire, we are going to shut this puppy down. Even though we've still got some very heavy rain and wind moving through the city of Roanoke, about to move into Rock Mills, Weehadkee. Is still to come through Lafayette. We still got to get it through West Point, Lynette, Valley, Hughley. Still got to get it through Tallahassee. And then Auburn and Opelika down here in Lee County still got to deal with this as well. But again, it's below severe limits. So we're just watching it for a little bit longer. If we don't have any changes here, we feel pretty comfortable with shutting down this coverage for the night. Mark is asking a question about the Omaha community, thunder, lightning, and heavy rain and wind. That's this little red spot that you see just north of the O there in the word Roanoke. Let me zoom in. And there you go. That's the heavy stuff that remains over in East Alabama there, just to the east of High Shoals, over the city of Roanoke right now and up to the northeast, north of 22. Heavy rainfall continues. That stretches all the way over to Franklin, then up to around Central Hatchie, and then up to around Roopville in Carroll County. I-85 is going to be a nasty ride here in the next 15 to 20 minutes because we're going to be completely covered with rain all the way from Atlanta to Montgomery. So that's going to be a nasty 3-hour ride. And then another hour, hour and a half, I-65 from Montgomery, probably all the way down to Mobile is going to be covered up with rain as well. So that ride down I-85 and I-65 is not going to be a pleasant one for the remainder of the evening and during the overnight hours. So we've got about another 4 minutes or so on this special weather statement for Heard County. So I anticipate shutting this down at the top of the hour, which is about 4 minutes from now. So I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you to all the folks that have been with us throughout the entire event. Thankfully, this was another event that underperformed. I got to be honest with you there for just a few minutes. I thought it was going to overperform because we started having those tornado warnings around Birmingham Metro. But then the weather started calming down just as it was predicted to do as it moved into East Alabama. So things worked out pretty good. Now, where do we go from here? Of course, the rest of the night we're going to have this line slowly sink to the southeast. So you folks down here in Lee County, Auburn, Opelika, you still got to deal with this. It's just now moving into Lafayette, up 85, Lynette, West Point, Valley, you still have to deal with this. Hamilton, Pine Mountain, you still got to go through this line of storms. But it's not going to be severe when it comes through those areas. Gusty wind, maybe some heavy rainfall, maybe some thunder and lightning as it passes your area, but we anticipate this staying well below severe limits as it moves through the remainder of East Alabama and West Georgia over the course of the next couple of hours or so. And then when you get up tomorrow morning, We're going to have maybe cloudy skies, and then by mid-morning, partly cloudy skies. By noon or shortly afternoon, I think we go mostly sunny. Still going to be breezy across East Alabama and West Georgia, but I don't think the winds will be anything like they were tonight. And then we're going to be much cooler tomorrow, about 20 degrees cooler tomorrow than what we saw today. And then on Saturday and Sunday, sunny both days, though I think Sunday will be the better of the 2 days simply because of the temperature, as we'll have a slow warming trend. We'll stay in the 50s on Saturday, get up into the low to mid 60s on Sunday. Weather's improving, right? Well, just in time for our next storm system to come in on Sunday night. And then I'm afraid next week is going to be a wet, stormy week. We have a couple of opportunities for thunderstorms out there next week, and we have a chance of rain, at least a 50% chance of rain every day next week, all the way through the end of next week. So the weather pattern is certainly changing. And it looks like the majority of next week is going to be wet. And is it going to rain the entire time? No, it won't. But there will be periods of showers and thunderstorms throughout most of next week, though our temperatures will stay well above freezing, so we don't have any winter weather to be concerned about next week, but maybe more threat of spring-type weather next week. So we'll watch that for you very closely. Once we get all of this out of here tonight, I think by the time I do your primetime forecast tomorrow morning, we'll have a little better resolution on our next storm system, and we'll be able to look at it a little bit closer and see if there's a chance of having severe weather. So again, thank you to all the folks who have been with us throughout this live coverage. We appreciate those of you who are able to support us here at Dr. Don's Weather. Let me give you the link one more time. If you can, please consider going over there to our website. There is a donate button in the upper right-hand corner where you can support us if you can. You can also download the Dr. Don Weather app from that link that I just posted. And that's supporting us as well if you hadn't already done that. And be sure you take care of that for us. We appreciate that as well. And if you own a business or if you know someone who does, talk to them and ask them to consider being a partner with us here on Dr. Don's Weather. All you have to do is send me a message on Messenger. It's a real quick process. We can have you started by the time we do our next weather forecast, and you'll be supporting us here on Dr. Don's Weathers. We provide severe weather coverage for East Alabama and West Georgia. So we just lost that special weather statement for Heard County. Showers and thunder showers will continue across East Alabama and West Georgia for the next couple of hours or so, but the storms have calmed down now, and we have no threat of severe weather across the area. Should something change, obviously I'll be right back with you, and we will continue our coverage. But for now, that's going to wrap it up for tonight's live severe weather coverage. Thank you for joining us. Good Lord willing and the creek don't rise, I'll see you back in here tomorrow morning with another edition of your primetime forecast. Good night, folks.